hours ago. But now the water is rising because this is exactly what our meteorologists have been warning about, that the storm surge follows the eye. And this is Collier County. Next, it'll be Lee County. We've already seen some flooding on Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel, but this is the worst of the flooding in Naples. It'll move up to Lee County, and eventually it'll be Charlotte County. So you have to start thinking, if you're in Lee County or Charlotte County, about your plan, about your last-ditch effort to save your life plan. The evacuation is over, but in terms of getting to the highest point of your home, and if that's not enough, how are you going to get to your roof, or how are you going to get to some place outside where you can keep your head above water until something like this can happen?
Yeah, this is Everglades City, where they actually used an airboat to make a rescue. Now, this is several hours ago. It's not live. So they did go out and have to make a rescue, and see somebody outside there, and the water is waist deep or higher. And it's still coming in. So the water's likely higher now than it was when this video was taken about 2 hours ago. So another live look at Naples. We've been showing this all afternoon. And when we first started showing it to you, Peter, it was...
Is that the tires?
Yeah, tires, and you can kind of see it sweeping. But the interesting part of it was like you were at the beach and the waves were coming in. There were whitecaps just coming in from the beach, And so now it's flowed all the way through. This is down in the Old Naples area, Park Shore. Again, you know, Naples tends to flood some communities, especially some of the older communities and some of the older condominium buildings that don't have that buffer of a parking garage or 2 stories. A lot of them were built, in the 60s, 50s and 60s even, and they were built ground floor level. And we are watching videos of the water coming in from the Gulf. The beaches are pretty much wiped away and going right into the first and at times the second floor units of these places.
Kelly, may I ask, have we been able to reestablish communication with that family on Fort Myers Beach we spoke to in the last hour?
They said that their phone was about to die, and I've tried calling them back, and the phone, I can't get through to the number that I had. So I know that they're not listening. I do know I'm going to text. I know a family friend of theirs. I'm going to see if they can possibly get us through to them and make sure that they are okay.
We just got some new video from Boca Grande, which is kind of in the bullseye right now. It seems like off our live Doppler radar.
Well, the eye is actually right on top of Boca Grande, but now it's starting to that part of that. Can you zoom out just a little?
Look how fast that water is moving.
Yeah, so Boca Grande's still dealing with the eye of the storm, but the water is moving. Because if you look off to the north, kind of at the trees, is that still Boca Grande right now? This is live or a video? Oh, okay. I was going to say, because the eye is on top of them right now. They are about to get the second part of the eye to come on through, but they're still dealing with the eye right now. And like JP mentioned, we're only halfway through this. This storm will continue. The eye is moving through parts of Cape Coral right now. Parts of Matlacha are in the eye. Bokeelia is in the eye. And, I remember when Irma came on through, a lot of people went outside to kind of experience that this is not this type of storm. This is so dangerous with the water levels. You need to stay. If you think you are safe, you need to stay put there. If you don't feel safe, you need to get to higher levels. But this is not the type of storm where you want to go outside and experience the eye of the storm to say you did it. That's risking your life, quite frankly.
Remember that when Irma made landfall in Collier County, it was a Category 3. Mm-hmm. This was a very, very high-end Category 4 hurricane. It had the maximum sustained winds only 2 miles per hour less that would qualify it as a Category 5 hurricane. So this is far stronger than Irma ever was in Southwest Florida.
And it still is strong.
And it still is a very, very strong hurricane.
And this is lasting so much longer than Irma did.
And because Irma made landfall, and the entire part of that eye was overland so quickly that
it dissipated.
It just dissipated. You can't just move over land and continue that source. We've had half of this eye just hanging off. And most of the eye, for much of the morning, wind started to move in, the storm surge. I kept trying to tell everyone that the angle of this, the angle made all the difference. Even if Irma, we were saying Irma, if it would have kept on that track off to the west, just offshore, it would have brought a lot of storm surge through. But the angle of this made it that much worse because even as the storm was not on land yet, we were feeling those southerly winds in Marco and Everglades
because
City.
it kind of came at about a 45-degree angle.
Came in and just kept those winds going. The winds were able to bring storm surge in before the storm even made landfall. Now the storm slowly made landfall on our barrier islands, which aren't going to interrupt it much. It has to get over. It's still over parts of Charlotte County, and it's still going strong at 150 some miles per hour. So it's moving over our areas that are so sensitive. It's not moving over an area that's all land. It's moving over that's part land, a lot of water mixed in there, and it's staying strong. It's staying very impactful, and we still have the second half of this to move on shore. All the while, those winds are still pushing in on shore from Fort Myers Beach.
This is going to go down as maybe the strongest storm to ever hit the western part of Florida.
And we, of course, and we have talked to, and specifically, I think it was Rob Duns that talked to Jamie Rome earlier this hurricane season, and he specifically said, I am so concerned with how vulnerable Southwest Florida is. It's one of, if not the most vulnerable part, based on things I've mentioned before, the shape of our coastline, what our shelf looks like under the water. Not only are we set up for failure with storm surge, we got the storm that was the perfect recipe to maximize our storm surge potential. And that was a big concern of his. Rob, do you remember that conversation? He was like, Southwest Florida is so vulnerable, much more than most other areas in the state.
I think a big concern that we have had for years, and the National Hurricane Center also has, is that not only geographically are we set up science-wise, how the shape of the shoreline is like, but physically, we have populated so much of Southwest Florida in areas that are difficult to evacuate from, which I think will be a major lesson learned from this one. You know, how we've populated Cape Coral. There's no major interstates. It's very difficult to scale a mass-scale evacuation like we did, short term here with this particular hurricane. I do want to put the focus back on here just for a few minutes, if I may, back over the folks in DeSoto County, Sarasota County, and Charlotte County, because as we speak here, the core of this eye wall, which is still very intense, is moving across DeSoto County. So if you evacuated to DeSoto County from Charlotte County, if you're listening to us on the radio, listening to that simulcast with our partners with the Beasley radio network, including 106.3, you are still very much in the worst part of the wind, and there is going to be catastrophic wind damage across areas of Charlotte, DeSoto, and Sarasota County. If we were to switch back over to the velocity product here, and the reason we've been relying on this so much is because what this can do is, at least up and above the surface, giving us an idea as to what the winds are doing up and above where the Earth's surface is at here. And these wind values, they are just jaw-dropping. If you were to zoom in here closer to areas like Englewood and Manasota Key, hopefully people are not there because they were ordered to evacuate. But right now, the radar is pulling in with winds just above the surface of around 107 miles per hour off the coast of Manasota Key, further up to around 112 miles an hour to the west of San Casa, to the west of Lemon Bay. And if we were to pull this out further toward the east, areas like El Jobin, Murdoch, Port Charlotte, these are all winds that are exceptionally strong right now up and above the surface. So even though these values, they might come in here around more than 100 plus miles an hour, they're still translating down to the surface and doing significant damage here as this intense Category 4 hurricane continues to move in this north to northeast direction. I'm going to pull this out a bit wider because, as you'll notice right now, if you have evacuated from Punta Gorda and you're listening on the live stream wherever you evacuated to, right now the city of Punta Gorda, the downtown part of Punta Gorda, has just passed out of the first part of the eye wall. So right this moment, the neighborhood of Charlotte Park and Punta Gorda Isles is completely inside the eye of the hurricane. So the winds have dramatically dropped in Punta Gorda because you've been through the first part of the eye. But the thing is, though, is that an eye has a big circle. So even though this is moving slowly, only at 9 miles per hour, there's another back edge of this eye that is moving in the same direction as the forward part of the eye. It may not be quite as intense based on the radar returns and based on the wind speeds, but a lot of things have been, probably damaged here, and there's going to be more projectiles in areas like Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte now that the first part of the eye has been moving to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. So it's moving across like where the Punta Gorda airport is right here. I'll zoom in a little closer. So right this now, based on the radar returns, the back edge of the front part of the eye wall has just cleared the Punta Gorda Airport. It's now lifting just to the north of the Duncan Road and I-75 interchange and starting to pull away from where like the base of the US 41 bridge is as you make the path over into Port Charlotte across the Peace River. So at least over the next probably 45 minutes here as the eye slowly moves to the north-northeast, these areas will get a break in terms of the hurricane force winds in excess of 120 miles per hour. But that also means then that as the eye moves, it will be moving into areas like across DeSoto County. So in like areas like our Acadia, the weather is going to get even worse now in the next hour as what moves here continues to move in your direction up and along US 17. So again, based on the radar returns, the worst of this right now is over Peace River shores, Deep Creek, Harbor Heights, Lake Susie, Murdoch, Northport, and over into Sarasota County. And then for communities like near Warm Mineral Springs, Tarpon Point up and along the Myakka River.
Hey friends, you are watching LX News. I'm Tab Lipkin here with Nick Z, and we've been following Hurricane Ian. In fact, we've been doing this for several hours. We will be dumping in and out of different stations all across Central and South Florida to continue that coverage of Ian.
That's right. So let's update you guys real quick and just let you know kind of where we're at. Right now, literally right now, the hurricane is still just short of being considered a Category 5 storm. Still a Cat 4, but it did make landfall about an hour ago or so on the southwestern coast of Florida. We're talking winds estimated between 100 and 150 miles per hour in certain areas. Right now, we know that more than 810,000 people are currently without power. By the way, those are customers who, they can see that they are out of power. Yeah, so I mean, this reporting, the number could be much higher.
Right.
Almost a million people right now with power. And unfortunately, that number, the way things are going, is only expected to grow.
Right. And while most of the storm's destruction is still expected to happen this evening, going into tomorrow, we have areas like Naples that have already experienced a great deal of damage. If right now we can look, this is actually a live look outside there in Naples. And if we pull that up, you'll notice that according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, water levels have reached more than 6 feet above normal high tides. We are working on getting that look for you guys. And we also have a look right now. This is one of our affiliate stations. So he's going to give us a look around what he's seeing right now.
This is actually Naples. This is Naples, Florida, and I just want to talk about Naples specifically because the storm surge there has been hit particularly hard. I mean, It's expected that they're going to see 12 to 18 feet of a storm surge, and look at that right there on the left side of your screen. You can see that looks to be like a car there, basically 80% submerged. So you're talking like the top of the car window. So what is that? 3-4 feet, maybe 4.5 feet right now where things stand.
Still coming in.
And of course that surge still coming in.
Now, the station previously recorded that there was 4.25 feet above high tide, and this was set during Hurricane Irma almost 5 years ago. But if you go to places like Tampa, there is it's not completely unscathed, but it did avoid the worst of the storm. Again, it is not in the clear at all. I'd like to just confirm, guys, are we going to go out to our storyteller, Chase Kane? Is he going to be available for us to talk to him? Awesome. Let's go out to Chase. Chase has been there for the last 3 days. He's been covering everything that we've been seeing with Hurricane Ian. Chase, what are you experiencing and seeing right now?
Tabitha, I would just say Tampa is actually just now really starting to get the brunt of the storm. I mean, maybe an hour and a half ago, we were out in Tampa Bay being able to show how the storm was sucking the water out of Tampa Bay because we're on that western side of the storm. So we're getting really strong winds right now that are basically blowing offshore because, again, we're on that western side of the storm. We are in downtown Tampa. We basically found, actually, Eric, let's show them where you are. We basically found this little nook where my fellow storyteller, Eric Rodriguez, can kind of, wedge himself in there to stay out of the way of the wind and if anything's blowing through the air, because of course that's one of the dangerous things. We were actually going to hop in the car, drive around, show you a little bit of what we were seeing like we did a few hours ago on LX News. But as we were coming down to the car, we saw that the winds were just getting much stronger like you're seeing right now. Conditions are getting much much worse here in Tampa. So, Tabitha just didn't think it was a good idea to be out driving around, trying to stay somewhere much safer.
Certainly, and that's what we want for you guys, is to stay safe.
Definitely a good idea. I mean, you were just talking to our co-host Eric not too long ago, and the conditions have changed so quickly. I mean, that wind has really picked up. And I want to ask you, with that big wind, what can that bring? What are you guys worried about is to come now? I mean, is it something similar to what we're seeing in Naples, this storm surge? Could we see that street behind you at some point flooded with water the way that it was in Naples, or still is, I should say?
So Nick, a couple different things going on. With the storm this big and this strong, what you're seeing in Naples, the storm surge is literally the ocean. It's not like typical flooding like we cover and talk about a lot. It's the storm blowing the ocean over land. What's more likely to happen here in Tampa and in places like Orlando, inland Florida, is that we're actually just going to have more traditional, I would say, flash flooding, because there's possibly two feet of rain, which is going to fall from the storm in some places, possibly even more. It's a little difficult to say, but one of the things to keep in mind, actually, Eric, if we turn and look this way, you can see this road here off to the side. That's Zach Street in downtown Tampa. That road already has several inches of water on it, and that's not storm surge. That's just from rain that's been falling here in the area.
Yeah, we were talking to you in the last hour and the hours before that, Chase. And what's also interesting, you said the ground there is also very saturated right now because they've been experiencing rain. So a lot of this is just going to continue to accumulate as the storm continues, as Ian continues to progress through Florida.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of rain in Florida lately. So one of the things that's going to mean is that you get more rain and you get strong winds, and you're going to start having trees fall. Trees are going to bring down power lines. And that's one of the reasons that they're expecting widespread power outages. I mean, and you can start to hear and feel these gusts of wind. And this is, again, not even the worst. This is just now starting to pick up. Some of the projections I've seen say that it's going to be more like 8, 9 o'clock Eastern time before Tampa really sees the worst of it. And it's possible that, Tampa could be seeing Category 2 hurricane force winds here. So not the Category 4 near 5 that they're experiencing closer to Fort Myers in that part of the state, but still, serious enough to do damage.
Is a city like Tampa prepared? I mean, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the population, generally speaking, I know it depends where you are. Geographically speaking, I know that has a huge impact on, say, what's going on in Naples with the storm surge versus what's happening in Tampa Bay. Everything kind of comes into play and will determine that. But as a city, is Tampa Bay, because that's where you are they ready for this?
I think Tampa, like most of Florida, is ready for the wind. I mean, Florida has done a really good job of upping building codes since Hurricane Andrew to be able to withstand wind. But it's the storm surge that's really an issue. So if the storm had stayed on the path that it was a couple days ago, I mean, we were worried that we were going to have several feet of water here on the road, and it wouldn't be the kind that we were just showing you. That could actually be storm surge, Tampa Bay blowing up into the city. And so is Tampa prepared for that? No. St. Pete isn't either. Most frankly, Florida cities aren't prepared for the kind of storm surge that Hurricane Ian is bringing. I mean, 12, 18 feet of water. I mean, it's almost impossible to prepare for that kind of storm surge. I mean, this is likely to be one of the most powerful and one of the most destructive hurricanes to ever hit, not just Florida, but the United States.
Right. That's something we've been hearing more and more recently in the last couple of hours as Ian has made landfall, it being one of the most destructive. And that's the thing. Off the top of this hurricane season, we weren't seeing as many storms, but they believe due to climate change, we're going to be seeing maybe less storms, but these storms are going to be much more powerful, right?
Yeah, we don't know yet. Scientists don't yet know how climate change might influence the number of hurricanes. What they do know is that hurricanes that develop are maybe more likely to become strong. And if they are going to become strong, they're going to do that really quickly. I mean, we saw that here with Hurricane Ian. It well exceeded the definition of rapid intensification. Rapid intensification is already about the 5% of the most powerful hurricanes, and Ian sort of blew that out of the water, even, breaking through all the definitions of what rapid intensification is, and we're now starting to, see the impacts of that along the west coast of Florida.
Boy, I mean, it's impossible to know, what the future will bring in terms of intense weather. That's so hard to predict, but I mean, something that you and I, and I guess all of our people here at LX talk a lot about is climate change. And, I guess one side could say this. Technology has changed a lot in recent decades, let's say. We have technology that didn't exist, say, 100 years ago, when storms were being tracked, but in a completely different way. Somebody might say, well, you know what? We have better technology, and so we're finding more storms. We're tracking them better. That might be why we're seeing more of them. That's something I heard today, for example, on the radio as I was driving in today. What would you respond to somebody who might say the technology is just getting better, and so we're tracking more of them? They're not necessarily intensifying because of climate change.
I mean, I would say that's just not based in science. A hurricane's a really large storm. So even before modern technology, it's not as though humans wouldn't know when a hurricane hit, right? Like that's not a thing that you would miss. There's certainly a lot of misinformation out there about people talking about climate change who certainly don't have the expertise. But what the facts support, Nick, is that hurricanes are getting more intense and that they are getting more intense more quickly, that they're dropping more rain. The science proves that. That's a fact. That's not up for debate.
Well, Chase, been out there for now 3 days plus. Chase, we're going to continue to check back in with you and Eric. Please continue to stay safe. You have to get into that little crevice again. We appreciate it because you're giving us and all of our viewers such a true look at what is happening with this storm. So we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Thank you. And guys, now we want to take you out to a live look that we have. This, I believe, is the Sunshine Sky Bridge in Tampa. Pretty hard to see right now. Of course, the wind's coming through. But if you can take a look just to the right side of the screen, Nick, isn't it's incredible to see the force of the winds and the waves down below.
Yeah, those water droplets on the camera kind of made it a little bit blurry and hard to see. But as they clear out, if they do again, because it is very high winds, I'm sure it will any second now, you can really see on the right side of the screen those waves, just moving in that direction so quick. And it's so obvious that it's just because of these very, very high-powered winds. As we were saying, certain parts of the state right now experiencing between 100 and up to 150 mile per hour winds. Right now, we're still sitting at a Category 4 hurricane. Category 5 means winds up to 157 and up. So we're right on the cusp of being able to call this a Category 5. And clearly, certain parts of the states feeling the brunt of that as we're seeing these images coming in. And we're actually going to toss right now to our friends at WBBH.
NBC6 down in Miami, so we'll take a listen.
Ask a question. I just don't know if she's able to. Try it.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
no,
great.
Go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, Angie, I wanted to ask, so when you were driving up from Ruskin to Tampa, trying to seek a better perspective and also safer conditions, what was that drive like? Was there anybody on the road? I mean, were you stopped in certain areas with road closures?
Yeah, so I got to be honest, it was desolate. There were barely any people on the roadways. We did see a couple of police officers that were out and a few cars. We saw tons of debris, even just driving along Bayshore Boulevard. Plenty of trees down. There, of course, was the debris on the roadways, gutters down. We've seen that up and down the streets here in Tampa. And, of course, in Ruskin, it was a little worse. Now, the winds have just started to really ramp up in the past hour or so. So we'll likely continue to see that damage throughout this area. Nothing like what they're dealing with in a little farther south from us, but still really intense winds here.
Angie, thank you for that. I want to give a shout out to not just our crews, Manny behind the camera holding on. You see a little shaky there. That's the winds that they're battling, but to all journalists across the board covering the story to keep all of our viewers safe and navigating you through the storm. We're going to take a quick break, but leave you see the juxtaposition. Andy's conditions there in Tampa, and here, Key West. Mallory Square, as the worst for the most part, according to our meteorologists, is behind us, but still dealing with some gusts. So a little bit of rain here. Our meteorologist, Ryan Phillips, and hurricane specialist, John Morales, navigating us through this storm. We have more coverage of Hurricane Ian.
It's fascinating, really, to see the different parts of Florida, right, on the live images that are coming in, and the differences, right, between, say, Naples, Florida, what Chase is experiencing in Tampa, right, what we were just seeing there from Tampa. Again, let's keep our live coverage of this Hurricane Ian going, and we're going to go to our friends at WBBH NBC2 Fort Myers for that.
And Arcadia and DeSoto County at 2,000 as well. Once you get inland, it's just a few hundred because the effects of the wind have not been as great in Hendry and in Glades County. And they're a little less populated as well. So those areas are going to see less power outage numbers than our more populated urban corridor here across southwest Florida. Official landfall of Ian, 3:05 this afternoon at Cayo Costa, maximum winds of 150 miles per hour. That is a Category 4. The pressure was pretty low there at 940 millibars. I want to go ahead and switch to the other weather computer right now because we were talking here a moment ago. This would be Lynx 1 for the control room. And we were talking a little bit earlier about when is this going to start to get better? When is the wind going to let up just a little bit? When is the bottom side of this hurricane going to start lifting through the area? So I want to go ahead and show that to you right now, just to kind of give you the little glimmer of, yes, this is going to end eventually, but it is going to take a while. So we're going to take the bottom side of the hurricane here and draw it up at 9 miles per hour. And we have to go out really far in time. I mean, this thing is crawling through the area, so it is going to take a while. We'll go up to, I'll do 240 minutes there. So, and I will drag this down as we go through time as well. So now we're tracking from here. So this is the bottom side of, pretty much the bottom side of the hurricane. Yes, there's still going to be rain and a breeze after this lifts north, but this is going to be the end of the worst of Ian for us. Into Naples here. Naples already kind of lifting north of you. You've got kind of like the bottom dot there. But Pelican Bay, 418. Palm River Shores, 434. Mediterra at 447. Vasari Country Club, 452. Bonita Springs, a little bit after 5 o'clock, 5:04. So I know you're in the south side of this storm right now in Bonita Springs right there. It's lifting to the north. Again, slow process in doing so, but this is when you're going to start to see things improve as far as the wind and the rain. The storm surge is going to continue because even after the storm pulls away, we're still going to have wind coming in this direction off the west-southwest, right off of the Gulf of Mexico. So Bonita Springs, 5:04. Barefoot Beach, one of the areas underwater. 5:12 is when that storm's going to lift north of you. Bonita Beach Club at 5:28. Estero Bay Shores at 5:32. We'll drag this north. Bonita Beach Club. Coconut Shores, that's where we left off at 5:37. The Colony Golf and Bay Club, 5:37. If you're in El Dorado Acres, 5:41. Coconut Point, that's in Estero. Shop there a lot. 5:41 is when the storm will lift north of your area. Copper Oaks at 5:50. And Grandeza at 5:53. So those are the times that the storm, the bottom side of the worst weather, should lift north. Now, as we get into Fort Myers, we were kind of tracking this off the air a little bit earlier. Well, let me go out in time here. We'll just double the time out here. And that's all it's going to give me, unfortunately, is up till 6 o'clock, all those little communities there. But we were looking at this earlier, and when you get up here into Fort Myers and Cape Coral, we time that to be somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock as it works from south to north. Into Cape Coral, it may be more like 7:45 through 8:30 in those areas, and then it's going to be after 9, 10 o'clock tonight once you get into Punta Gorda and into DeSoto County, because Arcadia, you're just now starting to see the northern edge of that eye wall lift into your area. So let's go ahead and show that area to you. Rob Duns just a moment ago showed you the bottom side of that eye wall. And when certain areas would start to get into that eye, like if we zoom down in Punta Gorda, your wind is not bad at all right now. Again, Port Charlotte, you're just now starting to see that eye lift on top of you. Deep Creek, Cleveland, do not go outside. I want to stress this more than anything. Do not go outside because, yes, the wind is calm, but you have that storm surge event that's about to begin. You have the second half of the hurricane, and you've got another eye wall, the southern side of the...
All right, those were our friends at WBBH NBC2 there in Fort Myers, Florida, and he was basically letting people know what time they can expect this thing to be over, giving people a glimmer of hope, saying it will be over. It's going to be a couple of hours, though. Those people who are kind of seeing the northern part of the storm, we're talking at least 9, 10 p.m. until, the worst of it possibly could be over. Again, these are projections. It's impossible to know. Reminder that these are everyday people who are impacted by this. For those who are watching who are not in Florida, we were shown images earlier today. I mean, I saw a fridge literally going down the street. A fridge, meaning these storm surges have reached inside of people's houses, right? Kitchens, living rooms, taking things out of the home. It's absolutely...
It's intense.
hard to watch. It's intense, to say the least. I mean, a fridge going down the street.
We've seen that. We've also seen a shark that they saw that was swimming rather inland than it would normally be. The other thing to take note of, and this is something that I know Eric was talking about, and I think we should mention as well, the eye of the storm. 30 miles. That's how big it is. And that could give you a 3-hour window when you think that you are safe and the storm has passed, but that is not necessarily the case. That's why they are saying, please continue to monitor your radios, everyone who's there, who is left in Florida, to do that, because they might think the storm is over, and it's simply not. It is still making its way. And there's a western band that is very, very intense. They were seeing wind speeds of 150 miles per hour there. Like I said, just 7 miles per hour shy of what you would see for a Category 5 storm.
And you can see it in this image here. This is right out of Tampa, right? That bridge there. Look at the water below it. Look how quickly those are moving. Those aren't your typical waves, you know, because of the moon, the gravitational pulls.
That white caps.
Is wind pushing those waves so rapidly underneath that bridge.
And in fact, so we want to bring this back to the people who are there, who are left. LX News storyteller Mackenzie Boehm, she actually spoke to a woman who was sheltering in place in St. Petersburg, and hear how she's doing.
Some people are freaking out and treating it like Armageddon, and some people are like quite literally throwing hurricane parties. So I think we're somewhere in the middle. So we're Zone D, and A, B, and C were mandatory evacuation. So if we were mandatory, we would have left. But we felt like it made more sense, we being me and my boyfriend, to stay because, first of all, we rent, and our rental agency is really difficult to get a hold of. So if we had like a lot of damage, it would have been a long time before we could have gotten it fixed. So we were like, if we're here and it floods, at least we can like put some towels up or intercept it somehow. My parents are furious. They were like, you need to get out of there. My mom ordered life jackets and sent them to me a few days ago, so in case we have to float away. But they're from Kentucky, so they've never seen it. She was sending me like memes of Katrina when houses were leveled. When we woke up today, we looked online and we saw that it was kind of on the border of Cat 4 and Cat 5 and freaked out a little bit, but it was raining, but it was only raining like a normal rainstorm. And it's just been in the past hour or so that it's more windy than I've ever seen and in Florida, and it's like raining pretty torrentially. I took my dogs out on leash into our backyard, and I was a little worried they were going to blow away. Like it was actually like pushing against them a little bit. So I've just been disappointed by how many people aren't taking care of their pets. I took in my friend's salamander because they were planning on leaving it and it would have died. And then I saw another friend, her pet, she's in Ireland, and her pet sitter completely abandoned her dogs at her house in a Zone A, and she had to post on Facebook for a stranger to come get her dogs. Really, the suspense is the worst part. I wish it would just get it over with. I feel like we're like sitting ducks a little bit, and all the bridges are closed. There's a shelter-in-place order. We got a text that the Pinellas County, like EMS and fire department and stuff, won't come if you call. So I'm really just excited for this, just to see what happens. The suspense is too much.
Oh, she's got her pooch there. Right now, you are seeing Hurricane Ian as it's seen from a satellite approaching Florida. I also think what was really poignant about what she said, her mom sent life jackets just in case. You know, the people who are staying behind, they do understand the reality that, sure, there is a chance that it could be a total miss, but there's also that same chance that people who are dealing with it in the southern part of Florida, which they're seeing near Sarasota right now, are getting the brunt of this very intense hurricane. So it's very, I don't know, reality shaking to hear her say that about her mom sending the life jackets, or to have the raft and have something to tie it to, knowing that that's how they're going to get out of floodwaters if they had to. Shocking.
Yeah, and getting out with the raft could mean getting off your roof and onto a raft, you know, depending on how high that storm surge eventually goes. I mean, yeah, were you going to say?
I was going to say, and we were listening to WBBH earlier, and they were saying that a lot of these first responders, of course, they are there to help. That's why they stayed behind. But they are also trained to take care of themselves because they cannot help others if they are not in a safe situation. So when the winds are really intense, they don't go out because it's not safe for them to go out to save other people. And so they're telling people to shelter in place. Do not go out. Do not get in these waters that you're seeing on your screen right now.
Yeah, and you know, those are people who are also, you know, seasoned veterans of this kind of weather, right? Floridians who have been there a long time. One thing that the governor was talking about earlier today, I heard him talking, Governor Ron DeSantis, he was talking about how there's so many new Floridians that this might be their first time.
Right.
And it's important to get that information to them because dealing with this kind of thing is not easy if you've lived in Florida your whole life. It's a tricky thing. Every year, every hurricane is going to be a different situation, right?
Correct.
You don't know what's going to hit. So that's really important. And I just want to drive home that other fact that we mentioned earlier at the top of the show. Over 800,000 people without power. Streets flooded because of that storm surge throughout so much of the state that's being hit right now by this storm. On top of that, so many others, almost 1 million people now. And that number is expected to grow without power.
Right. Expected to be also one of the costliest, if not the costliest hurricane to hit Florida that we have ever seen. But we also want to go back to our friends at WBBH in Fort Myers. They've been covering this storm. Their boots on the ground. Let's see what they have to say.
Even though you've seen those strong winds push on through, we've heard them here at the station, and we didn't even hear the strongest winds that were farther to the north. Fort Ogden getting the heavy rain as well, farther to the north. And again, with that advisory at 4 o'clock, was pretty shocking to me that they still had maximum sustained winds at 145. And just a little bit of an analysis that I have to suspect that the reason why the storm was able to stay so organized for so long is because, typically we find the strongest winds in the northeast quadrant, which we found very strong winds in the northeast quadrant. But because we found such strong winds on the west side as well, it kind of just fueled in. Instead of losing that organization all at once, it only lost a little bit, and that back edge was able to kind of keep it going as it continued to push on shore. And it was able to stay much stronger for much longer. And also the fact that it came on shore where it's not completely land. We're mixed in here with a lot of water, warm water. You know how warm that water is? It was able to keep that storm together for a little bit longer. So hopefully you're getting in touch. I know the service is pretty bad. We're at that point where we're really trying to make sure that everyone is safe. If you can get in touch with your loved ones and make sure that they have found a safe place to be, especially into that Fort Myers Beach. And now areas in Cape Coral and farther to the north, we're going to have to watch this for the next few hours to see how it goes around.
If I could, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't text messages get through easier than phone calls in a situation like this?
It's been iffy. It's been spotty.
Okay.
So we're starting to see the text messages be a little spotty. Sometimes they get through, sometimes they call them all at once, but it's getting a little hard to do.
I know for us in my neighborhood, the neighborhood apps, the social media apps are really
seem to be
working well, and that's how people who have lost us in so many other different capacities, except online streaming, Comcast, internet, everything. They at least can go to the apps. Or, so I would imagine that would include the NBC2 News app, even if you can't watch all the video.
Well, we were streaming on Facebook, and people were on there watching us on Facebook. So if you have a data plan and not relying on Wi-Fi, you should be able to get in touch.
Or again, the radio stations.
Yep, the radio stations for sure. I'm sure they're getting maybe some calls coming in looking for information too. And we're going to be here finding all that information. This is going to be kind of a process to iron out of assessing where we can find things, where we can find lost people, lost pets. This is going to be something that we're going to have to, and again, like JP was mentioning, we're not done with this storm even yet. There's still the powerful winds for our friends in Northport and Port Charlotte right now dealing with that powerful wind up to about 100 miles per hour. Rob.
Kelly was mentioning earlier you have some questions about the storm surge and how long it may persist.
Yes, sorry, I was asking for selfish reasons.
No,
but
that's all right. If we could run things over to Doppler 2, and then I'll head over to the wall. I wanted to stress that the storm surge event is in areas like Lee County really just beginning. So if we could head over to the wall, I can point out these values more clearly. This is a look at the futurecast wind gusts. And
as we were leaving them, they were basically breaking down how long this storm surge is going to last. If you guys don't know, a storm surge is different from a flood, right? You'll see that water in the streets, but we're talking water pulled from the ocean over barriers into the city. That's how, you can differentiate between a flood and that. It's literally water coming in from, say, the ocean.
It's the same water that you're not seeing in Tampa right now, right? Like that has been pulled back, and that is going and flooding other parts of Florida right now from the storm.
And at one point, there was a phone call made into the station. These people had basically FaceTimed. They were FaceTiming with one of the anchors from WBBH, calling them, asking them if there's any way they could put them on the air and basically get help because they were upstairs, trapped in the home, water quite reaching those top windows. So let's take a look back on that. That just happened in the last few hours or so. Check it out.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, JP. I need to to get this out there in case anybody can come help. Can you show me the video of how far the water is? Okay, so where are you right now? Oh my goodness, where are you?
That's the roof of the house next door right there underwater.
So this is in Fort Myers Beach on Cutlass Drive?
Yeah.
It's 4 of us.
4 of us? On Cutlass Drive, and you're on the 2nd floor already?
Yeah, we're all...
6 of us in here. 18564 Cutlass Drive.
Do you have a roof?
There's 15 feet of water now.
There's 15 feet of water and it's still coming in?
Yeah, it's still steady rising, and the waves just keep pushing it through the windowsills.
Do you have, and there's 6 of you right now, and what's your address again?
1818. What's the address here, babe? What's the address?
18564.
18564 Cutlass.
18564 Cutlass Drive in Fort Myers Beach?
Yeah, 18465 Cutlass Drive.
Cutlass, and the rest of the neighborhood is underwater as well?
Yeah, I had to swim out of my house. My house was too low. It's pretty much, my house is pretty much gone.
So you're a neighbor across the street?
Yeah, my neighbor, she has a more recent house built up, so we walked over here, or I had to swim over here. Just right in the middle of it. Glad I did, because now my house is underwater.
Your house is underwater. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is everyone out of your house?
Yeah, everyone's out of there. Now we're just in here. We're dealing with a lot of water in here.
Okay, can you show me how far the water, how high it is up? And can anyone get up on the furniture too as well? Okay, so you're already up on, you have everything up high. Do you have a way to get into the roof?
Go to the roof. Don't go in the attic.
Don't go in the attic. Do you have a way to get on the roof?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out a way here soon.
Okay, so hopefully somebody is seeing this. In the windows that you have there, are they hurricane impact windows?
Yeah, they're hurricane windows.
So the water is coming up against the windows right now. Oh, the storm surge.
Life jackets?
Do you have life jackets right nearby?
Yeah, there should be somewhere out here.
Find something.
Find some life jackets, a cooler, something to grab onto, and make sure that you get up on the counters for right now until... I know the Fort Myers Beach Fire Station isn't far away, but in this kind of weather, I don't know if they're going to be able to come out.
Their trucks are underwater right now.
Their trucks are underwater right now as well. So...
Got 50 feet of water in here. They're very much on St. Carlos Boulevard. It's not underwater.
So you're right off of San Carlos Boulevard right now?
Yeah, we're right off San Carlos, right there right before the bridge to go on Fort Myers Beach.
Right before the bridge on Fort Myers Beach. Okay. And is it still storming there and raining there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's blowing over 100. So far, it's probably blowing 130, 140.
What are the winds there right now, Rob?
We know for sure that they were up to around 120.
Yeah, the winds were up to 120, so that was the pool cage in the pool. But you're on the 2nd floor, or is that the top of the roof?
No, the house is just real high. But I don't know. We got to make a little decision here because this is getting worse by the second.
Okay, I don't think it's safe to go outside.
He doesn't have a choice.
He
has to be ready to get on his roof.
Okay, you need to be ready to get on top of the roof and grab some something that will help you stay afloat.
The most intense hurricane force winds are starting to pull off into the north of where you are. So the worst of the winds will start to relax over the next hour or so, but it's going to remain onshore for several more hours. So the water levels are likely only going to be rising over the next few hours. So it will likely get deeper from where you are right now. So you need to make your decisions as soon as possible, but expect the water levels to continue rising from where they are right now, because even though the winds won't be as strong, they're still pushing water onshore. So whatever you can do, that would, something like a life jacket or something that would be able to float, is what you'll want to, keep with you as close as possible.
Okay.
Kelly, could you repeat his address to me?
Wait, we have someone on the line. Repeat the address to me. Sure, repeat it 100%. Sorry, slow down.
18564 Cutlass Drive.
18564 Cutlass Drive.
Okay.
Fort Myers Beach.
Fort Myers Beach. And it's right off of,
here,
and there's 6 of them inside.
and the water's coming up, and we're trying to decide what we're going to do next. The winds are blowing super hard, so I'm not sure what.
I just got off the phone with the fire chief at Fort Myers Beach, and he said right now they don't have emergency crews.
It's right before the bridge. The fire department says they don't have emergency crews to come there right now.
But I got the address to him, and he said as soon as they can deploy someone from there.
Can you ask him what he thinks they should do? They're on the 2nd floor, and the water is coming up.
Let me get him on the phone right now. I'm going to call the fire chief.
We got through to the fire chief, so we're going to talk to him and see.
Hey, Ron, we're on the air again, and I'm wondering if you might be able to help us get some advice for these people that are stuck. What floor are they on?
They're on their 2nd floor.
They're on the 2nd floor on Cutlass Drive. What do you think they should do?
They need to get as high as they can from the water and try to ride out the storm. That's the best advice I have, is they need to get as high as they can and try to shield themselves from the wind and the rising water.
But outside?
Outside or inside? The phone just died.
As high as they can, wherever they can get to.
The phone just died.
Okay.
So.
I mean, guys, that was just an example of some of the human aspect of what is actually happening right now. Right now, we are in Naples, Florida. This is one of the reporters down there. He is currently doing a live shot for another station. We can't quite hear him at the moment, but we are here to show you kind of the flooding that's continuing in that area. And we just learned that because of the wind speeds here, it is the 5th most powerful storm to hit the United States ever.
Yeah, I mean, look down there. Behind this reporter right now, that storm surge causing waters to reach what looks to be, I would say, the 2nd story right now.
Yeah.
And you can see a car there in the top. So more or less where it was the last time we showed this shot. And that basically the whole window of that car submerged underwater. So that's at least 4 feet plus, assuming that car is still sitting where it was. It might be on top of something by this point. But look at those waves just kind of flowing in. That's that storm surge, that wind just sucking that water into into Naples, unfortunately, just given the geography there, making Naples specifically more susceptible to that kind of thing.
And if you look at the right side of your screen, you'll notice we have some things up. You can see some of the current wind speed, 150 miles per hour, Category 4, as we've been saying. But look at the gusts, up to 190 miles per hour. Those are short bursts of very, very powerful winds that come through. It's incredible to see this, and you might be asking yourself about the surge. So the surge is expected to be up to 18 feet high in some areas. It's almost 2 stories. It's really shocking to see it coming in. And again, this is just the beginning. The eye of the storm is just starting to make its way onto landfall. This storm, by the way, moving slowly, only about 10 miles per hour as it is making its way across Florida. So really powerful images there. And I still am just thinking about that FaceTime we just saw. They were on the second story of this home trying to get out. And then the phone goes dead. So sending so much love out to Florida right now as they are battling this hurricane.
By the way, that number, 810,000 people without power, it's now being reported that over 1 million people in the state of Florida are without power. And looking at, obviously, what we just saw, those images, combined with what we're seeing behind that reporter there, you have to wonder, what is the damage going to be left behind from Hurricane Ian? Eric Saligy, who's the president and CEO of Florida Power and Light, FPL, he said that there's certain sections of, where they work that they're just expecting to be completely destroyed and having to be rebuilt, adding that rebuilding could take days, possibly weeks. We've already seen the aftermath in Cuba, for example. The entire Cuban island without power. The entire country without power.
It is shocking. We have some more video we want to show you guys. Let's go ahead and pull that up. We are taking a look right now. Where are we at, guys? Delray Beach, the roofs of Delray Beach right now. A possible tornado could have caused all of this damage. There are tornadoes that spurt off of hurricanes, especially in different bands that go around hurricanes. This is an apartment complex where dozens of people were forced to evacuate. Multiple vehicles were also damaged, and officials say that 2 patients were then taken to a hospital. 1 person was trapped in a bathroom, but not injured, which is good news there. The National Weather Service issued several tornado warnings for tonight and even into tomorrow morning. And while there are no confirmed tornadoes at this moment, meteorologists say that they are pretty common, as we said, during hurricanes. In fact, there was also one in Broward County in Miami that hit a small airfield. It topped over a couple of airplanes we saw earlier there today as well.
So on top of the storm surge, the flooding, the high winds, there's also the possibility there of tornadoes on top of all of that. It really makes you wonder. Oh, boy. Okay, this is a look here at Tampa, and we're seeing the exact opposite happening. What we just saw in Naples, where, that storm surge is really hitting them hard, leaving cars literally underwater, entire first-story buildings underwater, the first story of buildings underwater. That's the exact opposite. I mean, this is where that water is coming from. It is being pushed away and pushed to certain parts, and it's really the geography, what's below the surface, too, that really plays a role in this. Again, and that also plays into the fact that more areas will be more susceptible to tornadoes, for example. It's all the environment. So each part of Florida will differ how it's impacted given the topography, the geography. In fact, who's in Tampa right now, that's LX News storyteller Chase Kane. He was in Tampa earlier today. He's still there, but he was actually breaking down what happens when that water there actually leaves and recedes. Check it out.
Storm is, well, a Category 5 storm wind speeds start at 157 miles per hour, which is as powerful as hurricanes can get. That's what we currently measure at. There has, however, even been talk of them creating another category. Now, while wind speeds can be severe and extremely, extremely destructive, it is not the only factor that makes a hurricane deadly. In fact, for example, Hurricane Katrina was considered amongst the worst storm in the United States, but it only made landfall as a Category 3 status, but ended up killing anywhere from about 6 to 12,000 people. Since the early 20th century, there have been about 35 documented hurricanes in the North Atlantic that have reached Category 5 status. Now, of those, 5 hit the United States as Category 5s, and of those, 3 hit Florida. The first was in 1935 over Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, and actually that one blew through the upper Florida Keys. We're talking wind speeds there. That was up to 200 miles per hour. That killing 400 people. At least 250 of those, by the way, those killed were World War I veterans who came to the Keys through a federal emergency relief administration project that was meant specifically for unemployed veterans during the Great Depression.
Yeah. The next one was to hit Florida was Hurricane Andrew. A lot of people still talking about that from 1992. It made landfall in southern Florida with wind speeds of 165 miles per hour. That storm, by the way, killed 61 people and damaged and displaced more than 250,000 people. The most recent was in 2018. Hurricane Michael hit the state. Those wind speeds were 160 miles per hour when it made landfall in the panhandle of the state. It killed at least 43 people and was one of 8 hurricanes in the North Atlantic just that year. Something we know is not to be surprising, as scientists have warned that climate change is increasing the intensity and frequency of hurricanes. And guys, we actually want to take you guys back out to NBC6 in South Florida and check in on what they're seeing right now.
From Ruskin, ladies, we saw barely anybody out on the roads, but the winds were definitely difficult to drive in. So this is obviously going to be, we're in it for the long haul in this area. We'll likely see these kinds of winds lasting into the evening, well into the evening hours.
Really whooping up there in Tampa. Angie, stay safe. Thank you for that. And we thank you for being with us. Another live look here in Tampa. Again, this is the Causeway, the Skyway Bridge Causeway in Tampa. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian in minutes. Stay with us.
Hey guys, Nick and Tabitha here again. We're going to jump out of them. They're going to a commercial break, so we're going to continue our coverage of Hurricane Ian as it makes landfall in Florida. We're going to do that with our friends at WBBH NBC2, that is Fort Myers, Florida.
Bit of good news. It's expected as it continues to move on land. It did sit offshore just like that computer model showed, but then it started to push on inland. The imagery does show it a little bit better. You see that eye just kind of sit off of the Cape Hayes Peninsula for a few hours before it makes its way on into Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. Now it will continue. Do you see the reflectivity here, or not reflectivity, excuse me, some of those returns from the satellite imagery showing we still have some pretty high clouds into the storm, and it's still quite powerful. Still kind of scouring through some of the social media posts from the hurricane hunters, and they were just saying this was the strongest storm they've ever been in their lives. And of course, they've flown through some of the strongest storms ever. And it wasn't just the impressive eye wall, how much lightning was lighting up the sky, but on top of that was the lateral movement that the plane was able to make. And sometimes you would think that No, we don't have the 5 o'clock advisory yet. We're not going to get that until closer till 5 o'clock. And it's not coming into, we have to manually look it up. It's not going to come into our computer systems at this time. So the movement of the plane, you would imagine that with a storm, it would go up and down and up and down. But this storm in particular was going side to side, and they could not believe how strong the storm was. I want to show you water vapor satellite here because it shows you how still organized the storm is despite being on land. You see all the green areas are taking over all of Florida, and you can still see that circular. It's still almost circular at this time. Well, most of the storm, I would say 60 to almost 70% of the actual storm is on land, and that dry air is well to the west of it, not infiltrating into the system. Sometimes when you see these storms start to weaken, what happened is the orange color indicated on satellite here that indicates dry air starts working its way into the storm, and then it just starts to rapidly fall apart. This system is all by itself, self-contained, is not bothered by any dry air around it, and continues to stay pretty strong. The fact that it's still Category 4 status and not even yet Category 3, it will be a few more hours tonight. If we will get that 5 o'clock advisory, and they'll give a more detailed report that we'll be able to read, but it's still at that Category 4 status after all of this time interrupting, influenced by that land. So we're still seeing Captiva, North Captiva, that heavy band of showers are still moving into your region right now. Looking down to our really impacted areas with the storm surge, the rain has let up. And we can't stress this enough that water may continue to increase. Even though the storm itself is pushing up to the north, it leaves behind those onshore winds and will leave that water, if not rising, at least definitely holding steady for a little bit until we get word that water has receded. So if you are home and you're thinking, I'm worried, I evacuated over here, I want to see what's going on with my home, you need to wait until tomorrow at the earliest to even venture out back across Southwest Florida, because we still don't know how high this water could get. We were saying how this threat could linger into the evening, even into parts of Thursday, and it's more than just one area that's impacted. It's Cape Coral, it's Fort Myers Beach, it's Sanibel, it's Captiva, and also Pine Island. I want to show you what's going on inland, just some showers and breezy conditions. We've had a lot of trees down for areas inland as well, into Buckingham, into Lehigh, into areas in Babcock Ranch, into North Fort Myers. There was a lot. I think a few spots I saw more closer to Immokalee and closer into inland spots of Collier County were some of the few areas that had relatively more minimal damage. But of course, we're still getting all of those reports in. We're still kind of going through all of your videos and your photos over the past few hours, and it will take a while to get through. And it might be a few hours before we're able to kind of navigate through our own roads to see what's going on in our neighborhood here, Rob.
Sure. If we could send things back over to Doppler 2 at the wall. I just wanted to look at the trajectory of the eye because we, of course, are still keeping our neighbors in DeSoto and Sarasota and Charlotte County apprised of what's happening here. These yellow circles represent the past position line of the eye. So I worked it back 8 hours. So notice how as the radar lapses, you can see the yellow line lines up with the center of the eye there at 1:30. There was our landfall point over areas of western Lee and western Charlotte. And now at the most recent time here, we have that center of the eye here on this most recent circle. So you can see a definite trajectory off in this direction here toward it almost looks more northeast as compared to north-northeast. But I think it's fair to say that it's areas of DeSoto County, Sarasota, and still into western Charlotte where the worst of the weather is, and we have to keep our friends here ahead of what's happening.
Let's look at the rainfall totals for that area because it has been relentless.
And guys, we're actually going to dip out of that because we have Chase Kane joining us one more time. Chase, talk to us. Where are you going? What's going on?
Yeah, we're going to try this again. If you ask me to flip the camera, just bear with me because these controls at the bottom are very small. So we had a little bit of a lull in the intensity of the storm hitting the Tampa area. So I am actually going to try to flip the camera around and show you where we're driving. Hopefully it'll cooperate.
There we go.
There we go. So we were driving down Bayshore Boulevard. This is a pretty well-known street here in Tampa. I'm going to actually get this out of the way so we can see a little bit better. Over here to the left, that is Tampa Bay. Maybe a little tough to see, but I think we're going to try and do a U-turn here. The water has been sucked out of Tampa Bay. I know we've had a couple of reports that we've done live and sent to you guys. Hopefully our viewers at home have caught one of those. But because we're on the western side of the storm, it's actually, instead of pushing water in like we're seeing farther down the Florida coast, it's pulled the water out. So what you're seeing right there is basically like the bottom of Tampa Bay. There were places we were driving past earlier where you could see boats that had just bottomed out because the water had been just sucked out of Tampa Bay here. So that's the difference in being on the west side of the storm versus being on the east side of the storm. And you see a few people have even stopped to take pictures of this because the last time, I'm actually going to try and roll down my window here. Let's see if you can see a little bit better. There we go. Might be a little windy, but yeah, that is the water removed from Tampa Bay, Nick and Tabitha.
Yeah. You kind of mentioned this right as you started, Chase. But I want to ask. I mean, overall, how are things moving where you are? Are things getting better? Are things getting worse? How are things changing? When we first talked to you, there was very little wind at all. It was very easy to hear you when you were talking to Eric a few hours ago. Then we saw you. You seemed to be in the city. It was extremely windy. What's going on now? It doesn't look like there's much rainfall at the moment.
Not at the moment, but storms like this they move in bands. I'm sure that you've been showing some of the satellite and radar images. So you see sort of circulating out from the center of the storm. You have those bands. And so a few minutes ago when we were on at the top of the last hour, we were in the middle of one of those bands, and I was actually just checking. It looks like the storm is starting to head a little bit more north, and so as it does, it looks like the conditions here in Tampa are going to get much worse and then probably stay worse for a while. That was sort of always the prediction, is that it was going to be 7 or 8 o'clock Eastern when things really started to go downhill for Tampa, and it seems like we're kind of on schedule for that.
There's something else I want to chat with you about, what I find very, very interesting in the bigger context of all this. When we're talking about climate change, and we're talking about these storms getting to be more intense potentially in the future. Our oceans are a big part of that as well. I know they do a lot of reef restoration projects around Florida because typically the reefs are what protect lands from, huge surges. But when the reefs are dying off because the ocean is warming at such a great temperature, then you're seeing these much more intense storm surges coming onto land. And it's kind of this vicious cycle that we're seeing as we are dealing with the very real world effects of climate change, right?
Yeah, I mean, Tabitha, you know a lot about this too. Nature does a really good job on its own if we let nature do its job and we don't destroy nature. Right. But with our decisions and human behaviors, we're decades, a couple centuries, really, we've been hurting nature's own ability to really take care of us. And yeah, coral reefs are part of that. Here in Florida, mangroves are a part of that. I mean, mangroves, they prevent erosion along the coast, and they also, they also do a great job of basically drinking from the salt water, which is not something most plants can do, or most trees can do, rather. Nature has a lot of natural defenses, but, Tabitha, maybe you want to chime in on some of what you've seen in some of your scuba diving. But yeah, reefs help prevent storm surge. They sort of cut down the storm surge a bit. There's a lot of things that nature could do if we sort of got out of the way.
Totally. I mean, they're at the University of Miami. They are also currently, dealing with some of the effects from Hurricane Ian right now. But they have so many different research projects that are the whole point of them is to see how we can better protect ourselves when it comes to what we're seeing, what we're looking at through your camera lens right now. Hurricanes hitting Florida, whether it comes to the restoration of our reefs, but also just as these winds are intensifying. So it's really, really interesting stuff. Nick, I know we've been talking about this as well. We have Chase there, boots on the ground, seeing these effects, but 1 million people are without power. That will continue to grow. And as he just said, we will also continue to see the storm worsening in parts that we're not necessarily getting it. And Chase, also, just because the eye of the storm is coming through, it might start to seem like it's lighting up a little bit. Things are getting better. It's not, right? That's just the beginning.
Yeah, and this is actually a little better vantage point. I mean, you're looking at the bottom of Tampa Bay. I mean, that's the mud, that's the dirt that's on the bottom of Tampa Bay because the water's been pulled out. Folks who lived here a long time say they haven't seen this since Hurricane Charlie in 2004, which took that similar path. So on the western side of the storm, the winds are blowing offshore, and that's the reason that we've seen a few people even kind of sneaking out between the different bands of weather who want to take a picture, want to take a look at this, because this just isn't something that you see. Here's a couple of folks that are out right now trying to take a picture, trying to take a look at this. The other thing you might notice here is that Tampa Bay is really shallow. I hope you're getting a good look at that through the shot. That's the reason that if the storm had stayed on the original track and we had been on the east side of the storm, that's the reason the storm surge would have been so bad. I mean, there's just not much room for the water. So if the storm was pushing ocean water into Tampa Bay, that's how you would have wound up with 10 or 12 feet of water above land. I mean, basically what we're seeing in places like Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, down farther in southwest Florida.
Yeah, and Naples too. I mean, and now that storm surge, of course, can cause so much damage to property, right? People can get trapped inside of houses and things like that. But then, when we talk about natural disasters and we talk about, how climate change, for example, can be fueling more of them in the future, making them more intense, you can't help but wonder about all the ripple effects that come with that. I mean, I was reading earlier about, in St. Petersburg, there is this wastewater treatment plant that is literally in danger of overflowing if, it sees the kind of storm surges that we're seeing in places like Naples. So there's so many ripple effects that come with, these natural phenomena that could be worsened by climate change. And I want to ask you one more question, staying on that topic, Chase. When we talk about changes in our climate, a warming planet possibly perpetuating this kind of extreme weather, does that have to do with the frequency in which they occur, the intensity, maybe just one of those, both of them? What do scientists, climate scientists, atmospheric scientists, all sorts of scientists project when it comes to hurricanes specifically? I know there's a lot, to talk about when it comes to weather. What a broad term that is. Yeah, specifically hurricanes.
This is one of the things that certain people latch onto and say, well, we're not seeing more hurricanes, so it's not climate change. That's actually not something that climate scientists say. They think that it's more likely we might actually see fewer hurricanes. What they do know, what the science is clear about, is that storms have the ability to become stronger than ever before. This is something we've been talking about the last few days here on LX News. Even yesterday, showing you some research in Miami that they're trying to research how different things hold up to stronger winds, to more storm surge. So yeah, it's the intensity of the storms, it's the amount of rainfall that the storms can drop, and then also how quickly the storms can become intense. I mean, we saw Hurricane Ian go from a tropical storm to a major hurricane in a very short amount of time. And with slight changes in the track, I think that's what made it difficult for some people to decide whether or not they wanted to heed evacuation orders. So there's a lot of dangerous things that come with having stronger storms, which get strong more quickly.
Sure. And I mean, my mind goes just a decade back. It was the Fukushima power plant disaster. I know that was started by a tsunami because of an earthquake, but, that just shows, what strong forces from the ocean can cause. We're talking about Florida
there
right now, of
nothing more powerful than water. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Nick. There's nothing more powerful than water. That's why you see 80, almost 90% of deaths. When you have deaths in hurricanes, close to 90% of people are dying from things related to water, whether it is storm surge, whether it is inland flooding. It's not the wind, especially in the United States. I mean, we've been able to engineer and build structures to withstand strong winds. So it's the water that's so dangerous. And that's the reason the storm surge is likely going to be so dangerous for Southwest Florida, and then inland flooding from here in Tampa all the way up through Orlando.
And there are places that literally, I mean, we're lucky to have, certain infrastructure put in place, but there are countries that literally cannot prepare for a storm surge like that. Like, I mean, sorry to go back to Japan again, but that is a skinny, long island that is all mountainous in the middle. And that is why the vast majority of the population lives on the coast. Their power plants are on the coast. They can't build them in the center of their country. So there's literally places around the world, and I'm sure there are some here in the United States, that literally don't have that luxury of being able to even prepare for these kinds of things, given the topography and the geography. I mean, we talked about, certain islands in the Pacific that could possibly completely cease to exist at some point.
Yeah, and Chase can speak to this. I mean, this is something I asked you about last hour, but I think it's worth talking about again. Climate migration, happening. People have just moved to Florida. Maybe this is the first time they're going through a hurricane like this, Chase, but this is something that's bigger than Florida.
Yeah, I mean, we've done several stories here on LX News looking at how climate change might impact where we live. There are people in the West who have lost their homes to wildfire and decide not to move back. There are people who, moved away after Hurricane Katrina. I want to say off the top of my head, I want to say it was like 400,000 people who left after Katrina didn't come back to that part of the Gulf Coast. So, yeah, extreme weather fueled by climate change can have a very big impact on where people live, where people move, where they decide they want to stay.
Chase, where are you off to right now? What is the goal now? Because we keep checking in with you every single hour. So what are we hoping to see next?
At this point, we just kind of saw an opportunity where the weather conditions weren't so bad and wanted to kind of take a drive around and see what we could see here. We know it's about to start getting worse again, so we're actually looking for sort of a safe place where we can be out of the wind but still show you what's happening. So that's kind of what we're doing right now, is on the hunt for a safe place to come back and join you live in a bit.
All right, well, we'll definitely check back in with you as soon as it's time to do so. Thanks, Chase, for your reporting.
Stay safe out there.
Yeah, you and Eric. All right, guys, we're going to continue our live coverage here as we track Hurricane Ian. We learned not long ago that this was the 5th strongest storm to hit the continental United States in terms of speed.
Of wind speed,
possibly the biggest, the strongest, who knows, in decades. So let's recap you guys on just a few, big bullet points that we're keeping track of here. Power outages, we know, have already topped 1 million across the state of Florida. Right. 1 million people without power right now. The bulk of these outages, more than 700,000, 70% are within the coverage area serviced by Florida Power Light Company. This includes Lee County, where Ian actually first hit this afternoon. The CEO of that company, I mentioned this earlier, saying that he's expected to see certain parts of the state that will need complete rebuilding.
Right.
Not what you want to see.
And we're talking about intense winds, right? 150 miles per hour.
Yeah. Tornadoes, storm surge, flooding too. Also the city of Bradenton, about 25 miles south of St. Petersburg, Florida, also said that their public works staff had warned that the city's wastewater treatment plant was full and is in danger of overflowing. The city pleaded with residents there to conserve water, adding that they should avoid doing dishes or laundry, flush only when necessary, limit showering, things like that. I mean, we don't need to go into the details of what can happen if a wastewater treatment plant overflows, and that wastewater mixes with, of course, the water that's already surging throughout the city.
Right, and so if you're just joining us, Tabitha here with Nick. We've been covering Hurricane Ian for several hours now, and we're kind of going to catch you up on the bullet points of the things that we know. We're going to start off also letting you guys know that this might not be a surprise for you guys, but Florida airports have canceled more than 1,000 flights today. That is according to FlightAware, and more than 700 arrivals and departures departures were actually canceled at the Orlando International Airport as well. Both Tampa International Airport and Southwest Florida International Airport in Fort Myers announced yesterday that the airport would be closed. It's also worth noting that even though southeastern Florida is not in the direct path of the Hurricane Ian that we're talking about, it is still bracing for heavy rainfall, tropical force winds, and potential flooding from there as well. I believe we have some videos we can also show you about different things that we are seeing coming out of Florida right now. And right now I'd love to go to the one out of Naples where there is Florida Fire and Rescue. This is something that happened just a couple of hours ago, warning residents to stay off the roads. You can see it right there, this fire happening, they believe possibly due to a downed power line. And This is why they want people to stay inside and not outside. Not just the flooding, but things like this where you have fires popping up from something like a downed power line. It is too late to evacuate for a lot of people, so they're saying if you're not in immediate danger of floodwaters rising, stay in place.
You know, you mentioned airports, obviously ceasing their service there for good reasons. We're talking winds, guys, above 100 miles per hour, 100 to up to 150, I think we're recording now in certain parts of the state. If you've been on an airplane and you felt strong, what feels like strong, kind of scary turbulence that really puts you up in your seat, gets you to buckle your seatbelt, makes you kind of nervous, that's like 20 to 30 miles per hour wind that can cause that kind of turbulence. You can see why planes cannot be taking off, landing in a place like this. And that's not even talking about, you know, the water levels, the storm surges. And this guy's is a time lapse, I believe. Is this the time lapse video of Sanibel Island? Yeah, it is. That's in southern Florida off the coast of Fort Myers. More than 2.5 million people.
This is the time lapse,
yeah.
But the time lapse is shocking because you completely see this road disappear. Again, we're seeing storm surges in parts of Florida right now, upwards of 18 feet, and that is not including the waves that go on top of that. That is just the surge coming in from Hurricane Ian as well.
Look at that sign. You see on the left side of your screen, that street sign, more than like halfway up. That water is reaching more than halfway up that. Let's check back in to some live coverage to our friends at WBBH.
By water out there. Through this, in some neighborhoods, we've seen very large fish floating through this. At one point, someone thought it was a shark. It turned out to be a tarpon, I believe. But let's go out to Matt Lachey. Wow, just look at those waves and the wind whipping those trees. That storm surge coming up over that pool at points. And for a lot of people, they were dealing with this storm surge beating into their windows. Kelly and Peter were talking about the folks they talked to on Fort Myers Beach as well. It was really the most devastating thing I think a lot of us have seen in a while, seeing these folks with those waves coming up in and hitting their second floor window. And they felt like they didn't have any higher land to go to. So in this situation, looks like, you know, maybe the water was a little lower, but still very threatening storm surge, just unbelievable.
The next piece of video we want to show you is the LCSO Command Center. Go ahead and take a look. This almost looked like a floating barge. It almost looked like a boat that was moving down the road. But that is actually a mobile outreach center that is supposed to be on the ground. And instead, it just kept floating down the road. Unbelievable video from Fort Myers Beach, where they have had major issues. In fact, we've talked to some people on Fort Myers Beach this evening, and they talked about how backup water systems have failed. They are dealing with so much storm surge. A great portion of that island is basically underwater at this point. I can tell you, and we're going to have an interview coming up here very shortly, but I talked to a couple on the phone on Fort Myers Beach. They live on Coconut Drive. This afternoon, their house started to crumble, and they made the decision that they needed to get out, which was a good one, because the house ended up in the water. They ended up in the water. They wound up swimming next door to their next-door neighbor's house. They climbed through the second-story window, and that's where they are right now, hoping that this passes and that the water level does not continue to rise on them. Again, you're going to hear from them coming up very shortly, but Fort Myers Beach, just looking at the video, you get a sense of what has happened there, and then you hear the stories, and you realize perhaps staying was not the best choice.
And those communities near the beach, Iona, for example, Keith, our producer, I don't know if we have any video of that we can show in a bit, but some of those folks that live close to those island communities, they have water in their house. It sounds like everyone is okay that I've spoken with in Iona, but just some serious water they're dealing with in their house. And right now, this is in Iona, Keith? Okay, so take a look. You're looking at Iona right now. Again, sometimes it seems people aren't as worried about storm surge if they're not right on the coast, but this is just a bit inland where they are seeing some major flooding in the Iona area. Right now, our team of meteorologists, they are going through the new 5 o'clock advisory. So the big thing to remember, too, is this isn't over. A lot of our communities, Charlotte County and up north, are just starting to feel some impacts from this. And it's really important to know it's still not safe to go outside. And the first responders are going to get out to folks as soon as they can. But when we talked to them just a few hours ago, they said that their crews could not get to you, and they're going to prioritize people that are having medical emergencies. Still, call 911 if you are in need of help, if you're in need of dire help. But those call systems are becoming overwhelmed.
Yeah, the terminology that was used in the last update that I saw was emergency triage. They are essentially preparing to go out on the streets, and what they want to do is prioritize the people that are in most dire straits so that they can get to them first. But it's an unfortunate reality, and they admitted that harsh reality that at this point, they can't go out on the streets because it might make the situation worse and take more first responders off the street if they wind up in an emergency. As we continue to show you what's happening around Southwest Florida and what we've been seeing here in the ABC7 and NBC2 newsrooms throughout the afternoon, I did want to keep you updated on power outage situations. The last update that we had Lee County with power outages, about 115,000 people, 84,000 in Collier, 28,000 in Charlotte. I'm assuming that those have gone up at this point. I did talk to FPL on the phone earlier this afternoon, and they said something that I think is going to get your attention. I talked to spokesman Jack Ebel, and he said, look, ideally, you would like to be just restoring power. But in this situation, we may have to do something larger than that. In fact, I believe we have the soundbite with Jack Ebel. This is from FPL when he talked to me earlier this afternoon.
Hurricane Ian's catastrophic winds will mean that parts of our system will need to be rebuilt, not restored. And that's why we're asking for our customers' patience and to prepare for extended outages.
I thought that was the takeaway right there at the end. Prepare for extended outages. I specifically asked them, is it possible at this point to have a sense of whether we're talking about just a couple days without power or whether we're talking about multiple weeks without power? And he said, honestly, that's a determination we can't make, but they want people to understand the reality that perhaps the system has to be rebuilt. By the way, if you are without power or someone you know is without power, we are currently simulcasting on multiple radio stations throughout Southwest Florida. This might be a good time to write them down, and I'm going to go through them. There are 8 different radio stations that we have made deals with so that they will continue to have our coverage for anybody who can't be watching either on the live stream or on regular television. And here they are: 96.1, 98.1, 98.9, 101.9, 102.9, 103.9, 104.7, and 106.3. Those are all FM stations across Southwest Florida that will continue to carry our broadcast. One of the things we'll try to do is make sure we're as descriptive as possible, understanding that some of you may be only listening to what we can say, but not able to see what we're showing you.
And another thing to keep in mind if you do happen to have power right now is charging those devices. If you have portable chargers, to use those. I can't stop thinking about some of the people that we've talked to at points today, but those folks on Fort Myers Beach that we...
And guys, we're going to take another live look at this right now. So this is the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. It is near Tampa. This is St. Petersburg, Florida. A little difficult to see. You can notice because of the high winds that are coming through, hitting the camera, as well as the waves and the rain that is covering probably most of the lens, even though you don't see the droplets. It's just walls of rain.
It is. Walls, that's a really good way of putting it. And, of course, Floridians urged to stay inside, not to go outside. Obviously, if they did decide to stay there in the area, they were urged to stay inside. And so obviously this bridge is going to be empty, right, because people aren't out and about driving. But also there's not going to be anyone, even if they are outside, because this bridge was closed down earlier this morning, just after about 7 a.m. this morning. That whole area was actually saw a lot of bridge closures as well due to these high winds that we are talking about. Look at the water go. I mean, it's just going.
Yeah, but we want to circle back to people who did stay, or people who may have been in Tampa and then they evacuated south thinking that was the safer route to go. But now we know the storm has hit in the southern part of Florida. And LX News storyteller Mackenzie Bame actually spoke to a woman who is sheltering in place right there where you just saw in St. Petersburg. And here's how she's doing.
Some people are freaking out and treating it like Armageddon, and some people are like quite literally throwing hurricane parties. So I think we're somewhere in the middle. So we're zone D, and A, B, and C were mandatory evacuation. So if we were mandatory, we would have left. But we felt like it made more sense, we being me and my boyfriend, to stay because first of all, we rent, and our rental agency is really difficult to get a hold of. So if we had like a lot of damage, it would have been a long time before we could have gotten it fixed. So we were like, if we're here and it floods, at least we can like put some towels up or intercept it somehow. My parents are furious. They were like, you need to get out of there. My mom ordered life jackets and sent them to me a few days ago, so in case we have to float away. But they're from Kentucky, so they've never seen it. She was sending me like memes of Katrina when houses were leveled. When we woke up today, we looked online and we saw that it was kind of on the border of Cat 4 and Cat 5 and freaked out a little bit, but it was raining, but it was only raining like a normal rainstorm. And it's just been in the past hour or so that it's more windy than I've ever seen in Florida, and it's like raining pretty torrentially. I took my dogs out on leash into our backyard, and I was a little worried they were going to blow away. Like it was actually like pushing against them a little bit. So I've just been disappointed by how many people aren't taking care of their pets. I took in my friend's salamander because they were planning on leaving it and it would have died. And then I saw another friend, her pet, she's in Ireland, and her pet sitter completely abandoned her dogs at her house in a zone A, and she had to post on Facebook for a stranger to come get her dogs. Really, the suspense is the worst part. I wish it would just get it over with. I feel like we're like sitting ducks a little bit, and all the bridges are closed. There's a shelter-in-place order. We got a text that the Pinellas County, like EMS and fire department and stuff, won't come if you call. So I'm really just excited for this, just to see what happens. The suspense is too much.
The suspense is too much. Thank you to Mackenzie Bam, LX storyteller, for bringing us that personal view there, that personal angle. All right, first up, we got some images to show you guys. This is, of course, from NOAA, as you can see there. Hurricane Ian, as seen from satellite. There it is as it was approaching the state of Florida. There it is, off the coast. Ginormous when you see it from there.
Right, still a Category 4 storm, so winds upwards of 150 miles per hour, gusts of 190. We also have another look we want to show you. This is Punta Gorda, Florida. This is a stop sign that was actually bent by winds of Hurricane Ian. You can really see it. Intensity is continuing to build. And we have another video. We're going to compare that to this. And we've been going back and forth to this one, Nick. This is Naples as well. Cars being completely flooded out. And what you can't see is the camera angle that you're seeing is actually a camera crew, an NBC camera crew that is kind of sheltering on like the third story right now, getting these images and doing live reports.
Yeah, and if they were to just turn that camera around, you would see just where that water is basically gushing in from the ocean. This is very, very close to the ocean.
Right.
That is why they're seeing such a bad storm surge there in the area. Water is just quite literally pouring in to the city of Naples, Florida. Water levels there reached more than 6 feet above normal high tide. By the way, the station's previous record of 4.25 feet above high tide was set during Hurricane Irma. Irma was 5 years ago. Let's hear for a couple of people who are dealing with this mess right now. Check it out.
It's wild, crazy right now. Just didn't expect it to be this bad here. Yeah. Expected it hitting more up north than it does here.
This is amazing.
Yeah,
it's
love it.
and it's scary as well. So, but we wanted to take an opportunity to take a look at it and get back to the comfort of our homes.
There's something else I want to mention that I found really interesting in reporting on this. So the eye of the storm is just starting to really make landfall right now. That is 30 miles wide, by the way. You could fit 2 Hurricane Charlies inside the eye of the storm. A lot of people are comparing, because this is a similar path that Hurricane Charlie took, but Hurricane Charlie was a much, much smaller hurricane than what we are seeing now. And the intensity, I think, is throwing some residents off. And again, some people who were in the Tampa area who went south were not expecting to get hit. And we have some residents that were not exactly expecting to see the waters rise as intensely as they did. The video we're about to show you is some of the most compelling video I have seen come out of hurricane coverage so far. So you have residents who have called into a local station there, WBBH, that we've been going back and forth to. They are FaceTiming with one of the anchors. They are on the 2nd floor of their building, by the way, and the floodwaters are continuing to rise, and they have to get out and get help. So take a look at this.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, JP. I need to get this out there in case anybody can come help. Can you show me the video of how far the water is? Okay, so where are you right now? Oh my goodness, where are you?
That's the roof of the house next door right there underwater.
So this is in Fort Myers Beach on Cutlass Drive?
Yeah.
It's 4 of us.
4 of us? On Cutlass Drive, and you're on the 2nd floor already?
Yeah, we're all
6 of us in here. 18564 Cutlass Drive.
Do you have a roof?
There's 15 feet of water now.
There's 15 feet of water and it's still coming in?
Yeah, it's still steady rise, and the waves just keep pushing it through the windowsills.
Do you have, and there's 6 of you right now, and what's your address again?
1818. What's the address here, babe? What's the address?
18564.
18564 Cutlass.
18564 Cutlass Drive in Fort Myers Beach?
Yeah, 18465 Cutlass Ave.
Cutlass, and the rest of the neighborhood is underwater as well?
Yeah, I had to swim out of my house. My house was too low. My house is pretty much gone.
So you're a neighbor across the street?
Yeah, my neighbor, she has a more recent house built up, so we walked over here, or I had to swim over here. Just right in the middle of it. Glad I did, because now my house is underwater.
Your house is underwater. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is everyone out of your house?
Yeah, everyone's out of there. Now we're just in here. We're dealing with a lot of water in here.
Okay, can you show me how far the water, how high it is up? And can anyone get up on the furniture too as well? Okay, so you're already up on, you have everything up high. Do you have a way to get into the roof?
Go to the roof. Don't go in the attic.
Don't go in the attic. Do you have a way to get on the roof?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out a way here soon.
Okay, so hopefully somebody is seeing this. In the windows that you have there, are they hurricane impact windows?
Yeah, they're hurricane windows.
So the water is coming up against the windows right now. Oh, the storm surge.
Life jackets?
Do you have life jackets right nearby?
Yeah, there should be someone out here.
Find something.
Find something. Find some life jackets, a cooler, something to grab onto, and make sure that you get up on the counters for right now until... I know the Fort Myers Beach Fire Station isn't far away, but in this kind of weather, I don't know if they're going to be able to come out.
Their trucks are underwater right now.
Their trucks are underwater right now as well. So...
The water in here. There ain't much on St. Carlos Boulevard that's not underwater.
So you're right off of St. Carlos Boulevard right now?
Yeah, we're right off St. Carlos, right there right before the bridge to go on Fort Myers Beach.
Right before the bridge on Fort Myers Beach. Okay. And is it still storming there and raining there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's blowing over 100. So far it's probably blowing 130, 140.
What are the winds there right now, Rob?
We know for sure that they were up to around 120.
Yeah, the winds were up to 120, so that was the pool cage in the pool. But you're on the 2nd floor, or is that the top of the roof?
No, the house is just built high. But I don't know. We got to make a little decision here because this is getting worse by the second.
Okay, I don't think it's safe to go outside.
He doesn't have a choice. He has to be ready to get on his roof.
Okay, you need to be ready to get on top of the roof and grab some something that will help you stay afloat.
The most intense hurricane force winds are starting to pull off into the north of where you are. So the worst of the winds will start to relax over the next hour or so, but it's going to remain onshore for several more hours. So the water levels are likely only going to be rising over the next few hours. So it will likely get deeper from where you are right now. So you need to make your decisions as soon as possible, but expect the water levels to continue rising from where they are right now, because even though the winds won't be as strong, they're still pushing water on shore. So whatever you can do that would, something like a life jacket or something that would be able to float is what you'll want to, keep with you as close as possible.
Kelly, could you repeat his address to me?
Wait, we have someone on the line. Repeat the address to me. Sure, repeat it 100%. Sorry, slow down.
18564 Cutlass Drive.
18564 Cutlass Drive.
Okay.
Fort Myers Beach. And it's right off of... And there's 6 of them inside.
And the water's coming up, and we're trying to decide what we're going to do next. The winds are blowing super hard, so I'm not sure what.
I just got off the phone with the fire chief of Fort Myers Beach, and he said right now they don't have emergency crews.
It's right before the bridge. The fire department says they don't have emergency crews to come there right now.
But I got the address to him, and he said as soon as they can deploy someone from there.
Can you ask him what he thinks they should do? They're on the 2nd floor, and the water's coming up.
Let me get him on the phone right now. I'm going to call the fire chief.
We got through to the fire chief, so we're going to talk to him and see.
Hey, Ron, we're on the air again, and I'm wondering if you might be able to help
what
us
you should do.
Get some advice for these people that are stuck. What floor are they on?
They're on their 2nd floor.
They're on the 2nd floor on Cutlass Drive. What do you think they should do?
They need to get as high as they can from the water and try to ride out the storm. That's the best advice I have, is they need to get as high as they can and try to shield themselves from the wind and the rising water.
But outside?
Outside or inside? The phone just died.
As high as they can, wherever they can get to.
The phone just died.
Okay.
And a shocking video there that you just see, very real-world reality of what people and residents are dealing with as these floodwaters are coming in. If they are not able, if they were not able to evacuate, or for whatever reason they evacuated, ended up in that area. As a stark reminder of people, what they should do is not to ever go in the attic when there are rising floodwaters. It's just something to remind people of, because you can end up being trapped. And that's why you saw them going back and forth on what to do to get on the roof or not, because the intense winds were happening outside as well, and inside it was much safer, but the floodwaters were coming in.
Yeah, and in that kind of situation, obviously, when you have the streets full of water like that because of that storm surge we're saying, it's not as simple as hold on tight, we're on our way to help you. Right. In fact, no one can come right now.
They cannot.
No one can come at that moment. First of all, whoever is free and available, people are very stretched thin, so it's not as simple as you might think, and that's why he was told to basically just get up high and hunker down. All right, let's toss it back to WBBH this time, but obviously we're going to take their live coverage.
Excuse me, this is way ahead of time. This is from last Saturday. So I'm going to go over. Rob, while I get this graphic ready, why don't I show you, let's pop up our tower cam if we can.
I can take care of that for a moment. While you fix the graphics here, Allison, I wanted to mention here as we get it, another emergency alert. Let me just read this as it comes into my phone here. The National Weather Service continues the extreme wind warning for this area. We're, of course, broadcasting from Fort Myers in Lee County. They say the immediate danger of life-threatening winds until at least 7:30 p.m. tonight. If you haven't been already, you need to take cover now in an interior room of a sturdy building away from windows. Protect your head from flying debris. Do not go out in the calm of the hurricane eye, which is moving across Charlotte and DeSoto, as winds will become quickly dangerous again. So that message related especially to the people in Charlotte County, DeSoto County, and Sarasota County, where the eye of this hurricane continues to move on land. For folks in Fort Myers, the wind threat is still very present for us. And something I wanted to point out here is that if you could take the tower camera, go back to tower camera, or I can route it up here on Doppler too. Some pretty big tree damage here in parts of Fort Myers, and it looks like, at least on this perspective off of Fowler, almost all the leaves have been ripped off all these trees here that run up along Fowler. Something you oftentimes see. It was very evident in the wake of Hurricane Maria over Puerto Rico. The tree canopy destruction there, with a number of the leaves being ripped clean off the trees. And it looks like there might have been some of that effect here in Fort Myers as we scan across the sky here. Again, wind gusts have been in excess of 100 miles an hour across parts of our community. You don't see much structural damage, though, at least from the perspective that we have here from this tower camera on top of the live Doppler radar here at NBC2 and ABC7, but certainly some substantial damage caused by wind as this hurricane continues to move to the north-northeast at a snail's pace, Allison, just 9 miles an hour. It looks like there's some tree damage there across the street here in the city of Fort Myers,
there's a lot of
the way at that apartment complex.
Yeah,
and that's really green, and look how brown, and major destruction to the tree canopy there in that part of Fort Myers.
Right, and that's what Chief Meteorologist John Patrick was saying with that 5 o'clock advisory. It has slowed down to 8 miles per hour, so that's why that extreme wind warning continues. So even as we kind of still deal with that storm surge for parts of Lee and Collier County, we are going to still see that very high wind. It's still going to be a really rough evening for parts of Charlotte County and into DeSoto County. Here's a look at those wind speeds and how they're going to fare over the next few hours and really few days. We are going to go through some high tide cycles and low tide cycles.
Hey guys, welcome back. Tabitha and Nick here. We're actually going to go back out live to our Chase Kane, who has been in Tampa for a couple of days now. Boots on the ground. And Chase, just before we get to you, I just want to let our viewers know that we are waiting on a press conference from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. If he pops up, we'll have to hop out of you, go to him, but we'll come back to you as well, okay?
Of course, yeah.
So what are you seeing right now? What's going on?
Yeah, so if you were watching us a little while ago, we were kind of driving around through Tampa trying to show you some of what's going on. We found a nice little elevated spot here to give you an idea of what it looks like in downtown Tampa. One of the good things I'm seeing is that there aren't really a lot of people out because the conditions are getting worse. We're now starting to see those wind speeds increase. If we walk to the other side of the convention center, we're going to give you a little different angle of what we were showing you earlier with the way that the water has been pulled out of Tampa Bay. You know, those places down in Naples, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, they're getting the 12, 18-foot storm surge that's, you know, sending water into people's homes and creating some incredibly dangerous situations. We certainly hope everyone is okay. The reason that a few miles can make a big difference here is because, actually, I guess we should go on this side of the column, Eric. Sorry about that. Eric Rodriguez, fellow storyteller out here, trying not to walk him into a column. But if you look here, you can see dry land around. This is Davis Island. That's Tampa General Hospital. That's the main trauma center for Tampa here. So if you imagine that instead of the water being, 8, it looks like 8 feet down from where it normally is. Imagine that water being pushed back up. I mean, there was concern about water getting into that hospital there on Davis Island, covering actually that entire island, because on the other side of the hospital is a bunch of neighborhoods. It's a residential area where people live, so they were among the first to get some of the evacuation orders. You can see just even with the direction that the wind is blowing across the water, you can sort of see the ripples, the way that the storm here on the western side is pushing that water back out. And then on the opposite side in Southwest Florida, it's pushing that water in. The other thing you might notice is that it's really shallow here in Tampa Bay. It's kind of shallow all along the west coast of Florida. So that means that when the hurricane is pushing water in, because it's not as deep, the water just gets up on top of land more easily. That's why you see some of these really high storm surge projections of 12, 18 feet. And of course, we may not know the full toll, the full extent of the storm surge, Tabitha, until after the storm has passed.
So given the fact that you're describing a bay there that, has receded, that is lower, that's probably what people in Tampa were hoping for, right? We're talking about a better, not best, but better case scenario for this very populated metropolis in Florida. I mean, one of the most populated areas in the projected path of the
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the tricky things, because, of course, people here are really happy that they didn't get the worst part of the storm. But with a storm like this, when one area sort of exhales and breathes a sigh of relief, that means some other people are in a really dangerous situation. There's just no winner. I mean, there's roughly 3 million people around Tampa Bay. There's about a million people in the area that it's hitting. That's still a lot of people. So, you don't want to say it's a good thing that it's hitting these million people rather than these 3 million people. It's just kind of a lose-lose game. But Tampa Bay, as we've talked to experts over the last few days and even last week before the storm even got closer, I was asking about this, and several people have said this might be one of the most vulnerable places in America to hurricanes because of the geography and because of the amount of people that have moved here. I mean, even just in the last few years, the population exploded. So you have a lot of people that are new to Florida that have never experienced a hurricane in very vulnerable geography. So it could have been a really bad combination here, but now it's just a bad combination farther down the coast.
Right, Chase, and you actually did a report. We were showing it yesterday. You spoke with NBC6's Angie Lastman, I believe is who it was, talking about like infrastructure and the changing of building codes for the future as these storms potentially could be getting more intense with climate change.
Yeah, I mean, we've learned pretty well engineers have gotten pretty good at designing buildings for wind. What they're not quite as good at is designing buildings, designing homes to withstand water. Water is much stronger. I mean, it only takes about 6 inches of water to knock a person off of their feet. A couple, 2 or 3 feet of water can lift and move cars. So it doesn't really take a lot of water in terms of depth to cause some really significant damage. So if you think about that, 6 inches of moving water can knock a human being down. What does 12 feet, what does 18 feet do? And those storm surge amounts, we talked about this, but it's important to remember, if it's 18 feet, that's just the base level of the ocean. There are waves on top of that. So the storm surge might be 18 feet, but you could have 6-foot waves on top of that. And that's putting water into the 3rd story of buildings.
I want to ask about like the here and now, right now, where you are, and paint people a picture. People like myself who haven't really spent much time in Florida ever, no less during a hurricane. What is it like right now being there? Is it cold? Is the air still warm? What does it feel like? Paint us a picture of the atmosphere, generally speaking, in terms of weather.
I mean, it's cooling off a little bit now. I mean, it kind of depends on, where you are, what time of day. I mean, but for the same reason that it's pushing water out of the bay, we're getting a little bit cooler air pulled down on the western side of the storm. So it's a little cooler than it was earlier. And then the other thing I'll toss in is that, once you get wet, it's kind of impossible to stay dry in a hurricane. Once you get wet and the wind's blowing, it can feel pretty cold for you. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely cooled off in the last few hours because we are feeling that colder air being pulled down on the western side of the storm.
And Chase, what is the timeline looking like for Ian at this moment? You are in Tampa. Things are starting to pick up there. It's going to intensify, is my understanding, as you said earlier, as we get past sundown.
Yeah, it's a little after 5:30 Eastern here. The original projection was that around 8 p.m. is when it's going to really get pretty dicey here in Tampa. We've seen a couple of bands. I was actually just checking the radar right before we came on, and it looks like those bands of heavier rain, of stronger winds are slowly approaching us because this storm, we know, is moving very slowly. That's sort of one of the things that makes it so problematic, is because it has a lot of rain in there, and so the slower it moves, it's just able to dump more and more rain in a very concentrated area. That's why we've seen some of the projections for 12 inches, 15 inches, 24 inches of rain. There are already flash flood warnings up and down the west coast of Florida, and those are going to spread inland. I mean, Orlando, Jacksonville on the opposite coast, there are places pretty far away that are going to get pounded with a lot of rain.
Is Ian right now, I know you don't have the latest on you, but generally speaking, is it moving as slowly as people were fearing it would? Obviously, people, who aren't experts in this, me included, at one point I was thinking, oh boy, it's slow moving. That's a good thing. We're not going to see the high winds, but it's the exact opposite. You don't want a slow moving hurricane. And that was the fear, right? That it would be as slow as 5 miles per hour and stay hovering over big cities like where you are, for example. Is that what is happening? Is it slow moving at this point?
Yeah, I don't have the number in front of me. The last I saw, it was moving at about 9 miles an hour. I mean, if you think about that, they're probably humans that can run close to that, right? I mean, 9 miles an hour is not that fast. Yeah, and the forward motion isn't really connected to the wind speed because you're still going to have those winds swirling around the eye of the hurricane. And so if it's moving slowly, all that means is that you're just sitting in those strong winds for a much longer period of time. So maybe a structure could withstand some of these really strong winds for an hour, but maybe it can't withstand those strong winds for 6 hours. I mean, it just depends on how much the storm slows down, how little it's moving. But yeah, we sort of knew all along that it was going to be a slow moving storm, and it is following those projections.
And how does Ian compare to storms of past that have hit Florida? I know that there was some slight comparisons to Charlie, which took, I think, a similar path, but was a much smaller storm.
Yeah, so one of the things that there's a hurricane researcher at the University of Miami, and he was saying comparable strength between Charlie in 2004 and Ian, but Charlie's hurricane force winds were in a really compact area. Ian's hurricane force winds are almost 3 times as large, covering 3 times as large of an area. So, Charlie did a lot of damage in this sort of like narrow lane. Multiply that by 3. So you're going to have that level of damage from Charlie over a much bigger area. And it also seems like the storm surge may be worse from this. Again, that's one of the things we won't really be able to get a good idea about until after the storm has passed. But it's kind of just all of the wrong ingredients coming together here to make for a catastrophic storm.
Yeah, and just we so appreciate you having us, allowing us really to check in with you. It feels like every 30 minutes. We are so happy to see that you and Eric are safe or finding safe places to go. We are going to check back in with you in just a little bit. So thank you guys. And we are still waiting on that press conference, as we mentioned, from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. But in the meantime, we want to show you a bit of pictures that we have from all over Florida, really. If we could pull up some of the images that we have, some of the live cams that we've been looking at over the past couple of hours. This one we keep going back and forth to. This is the Sunshine Skyway Bridge near Tampa, more specifically St. Petersburg. Pretty intense.
It is pretty intense. I mean, you could just see, first of all, the way that the camera's shaking, but I mean, look at the water moving below that bridge, how quickly that water is moving because of that wind. This bridge was actually closed down, of course. That was this morning around 7 a.m. So, of course, city officials there all across the state taking precautions like closing down bridges because of those very, very high winds.
Yeah, and while we've been saying this, the wind speeds have been upwards or have been docked at right around 150 miles per hour, and 157 miles per hour is a Category 5 storm. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about what a Category 5 storm is and what Ian is. So the peak of the storm was only about 2 miles per hour shy of being categorized as a Category 5, by the way. And a Category 5 storm, as I said, about 150 miles per hour is as powerful as it can get for now. There are talks that there could be another category in the coming years, but we are not there yet. And while wind speeds can be severe and extremely destructive, it's not the only factor that makes a hurricane deadly. Now, for example, Hurricane Katrina was considered amongst the worst storms in U.S. history, but only made landfall at a Category 3 status, but ended up killing anywhere from 6,000 to 12,000 people.
Yeah, it certainly depends where you're seeing that extreme weather. That's definitely going to have an influence on it. It's not just the storm itself. Now, since the early 20th century, there have been only 35 documented hurricanes in the North Atlantic that have reached Category 5 status, by the way. Of those, 5 hit the United States as Category 5, and of those, 3 have hit Florida. The first was in 1935. That actually happened over Labor Day weekend, and that one blew through the upper Florida Keys with wind speeds up to 200 miles per hour. That killing more than 400 people. At least 250 of those killed were World War I veterans who came to the Keys through a Federal Emergency Relief Administration project for unemployed veterans during the Great Depression.
Yeah, sorry, guys, we go back and forth talking to our producers. They just let us know that Governor Ron DeSantis does seem to be coming out right now, so we're going to go to him and take a listen.
We have seen life-threatening storm surge, as was predicted. We've also seen major flooding in places like Collier County, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach. You're also seeing inland flooding because of the inundation that you're seeing. So some of the counties in the interior of the state are seeing major water events as well. We do know that Lee, Hendry, and Glades 911 call centers are being rerouted. Those comms are down, so calls are being answered, and teams and the people that are calling are being noted, and then those local first responders will deploy as soon as it's safe. Make decisions, but by and large, until the storm passes, they are not going to go into a situation for rescue and put their own folks at risk. And so we know that there are folks who are in the really high risk Zone A evacuation zones who did not evacuate. Some have called in, and those people are being logged, and there will be a response, but it's likely going to take a little time for this storm to move forward so that it's safe for the first responders to be able to do. We are getting reports, but it's going to take a little bit more time to know exactly in terms of structural damage, but we are getting some reports of structural damage in both Lee and Charlotte counties, but I would say overwhelmingly, it's been that surge that has been the biggest issue and the flooding that has resulted as a result of that. In some areas, we think it's hit 12 feet. Now, it is our meteorologists' view that the storm surge has likely peaked and will likely, be less in the coming hours than it has been up to this point. But we know that this has been a big storm, and it's done a lot of damage as it is. It is going to continue to move through the state of Florida. You're going to see hurricane-force winds in places in central Florida, perhaps. It's clearly a very strong tropical storm all the way until it exits the Florida peninsula in the Atlantic Ocean. There are, as much as we're focused on Southwest Florida, very important, obviously, when you have a storm of this nature. I think at landfall, it's going to be behind only the Labor Day hurricane, Hurricane Andrew, and Hurricane Michael in terms of intensity. I think we're going to end up seeing that. It may end up being a Category 5, but at a minimum, it's going to be a very strong Category 4 that's going to rank as one of the top 5 hurricanes to ever hit the Florida Peninsula. So that damage is ongoing. It's very, very important. But the fact is, there's going to be damage throughout the whole state, and people in other parts of the state, be prepared for some impacts. And you are seeing counties in different parts of the state issue evacuation orders. Clay County in Northeast Florida, which we do anticipate some major flooding events in Northeast Florida. I think folks that are familiar with the St. Johns River know that when you have weather like this, you will see this. And so Clay County has issued mandatory evacuations of low-lying areas along the St. Johns River. Flagler County has issued mandatory evacuations of its barrier islands, low-lying areas, and mobile homes. Nassau has issued evacuation orders for low-lying areas. St. Johns County is evacuating coastal and low-lying areas, including the city of St. Augustine, as well as the city of St. Augustine Beach. Putnam County has recommended evacuation for low-lying areas and areas that have a history of flooding. And Sumter County is advising evacuations of mobile homes. And so those are places that are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the initial impact in Southwest Florida, and yet they are having to evacuate folks that are living in vulnerable areas. We have over 1.1 million reported power outages. Now, there are crews that are still working outside of Southwest Florida, but just understand that number is going to grow. You're going to see more power outages as this storm moves through the center part of our state and before it exits into the Atlantic coast. There are 100 portable cell phone towers ready to be deployed into Southwest Florida once it is safe to enter, and should that be needed. We want to make sure people are staying out of the way of emergency crews and out of floodwaters and away from all down power lines. As soon as emergency crews can get in, they are going to get in. As soon as it's safe to go and clear the roadways, Florida Department of Transportation is going to go in and clear those roadways. These are all on standby. They are ready to go. They understand the importance of a really quick response. As I mentioned earlier today, we have now officially sent the letter with the request to the Biden administration for a major disaster declaration for all 67 counties, requesting the federal government do 100% reimbursement up front for 60 days to ensure that we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery phase. And I know sometimes they wait till different damage assessments are made, but in this situation, you've got a massive Category 4 storm that you compare Charlie to this. This is way bigger than Charlie. It was as strong as Charlie coming in, but Charlie was much smaller. So this is a big one, and I think we all know there's going to be major impacts. We are, not only are there 42,000 linemen, they are positioned all across the state of Florida. As soon as it's safe to go, those personnel are going to go in to resume power, and that's something that's very, very important. In terms of rescue efforts, obviously there's robust efforts in each of these counties. I mean, some of these are major counties in our state, like Lee County, Collier County. They've got great response teams. The state of Florida, we are providing a lot of support that's staged and ready to go. We have almost 250 aircraft, more than 1,600 high water vehicles, and more than 300 boats of all drafts and sizes, including 250 already stationed in the major impacted areas, and nearly 50 that are staged and immediately ready to come in. And so with water this high, these operations may need to be waterborne operations. Now, there are some where you're going to need to use the water to get to some of the barrier islands anyways. But you look at like Collier County, I mean, downtown Naples is flooded. That's probably going to subside as the time goes on, but they're prepared for a lot of different eventualities. So we're thankful for the states that have sent us resources, and we're very, very appreciative of them stepping up and helping Florida. As this storm passes your community, understand it's still a very hazardous situation. You're going to have down power lines. You're going to have a possibility of harm's way because of standing water, misuse of generators. I asked the Department of Emergency Management, Kevin, to produce for me the rundown of the fatalities through direct impacts of storms versus the aftermath. And in Hurricane Irma, there were 7 fatalities directly because of the storm, and there were 77 that were a result of post-storm. And a lot of that is standing water, down power lines, misuse of generators. So please just take precaution. Obviously, a ferocious storm coming in, very hazardous, very ominous. We know the life-threatening nature of that. But once the storm goes, once there is apparent calm, there are still plenty of hazards out there. So just please make sure that you're taking the proper precautions. I'm happy that Volunteer Florida has now activated the Florida Disaster Fund. Sometimes people say, hey, we want to help. What can we do? And there's really two things you can do. One, send some donations, money. The other can be donate your time. What's not helpful is sending items and sending things to us. We have a lot of stuff pre-positioned. If there's a need for other stuff, Kevin and his team will work. FEMA, all these other groups can work to provide that. But if you provide money to some volunteer organizations and charity groups, they can make a big impact in people's lives. And if you're willing to volunteer your time, there's going to be ways you can be put to work, because there's going to be a lot of people that are going to need help on the back end of this thing. So if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222. For those who want to come and volunteer, we have an official volunteer portal at Volunteer Florida, www.volunteerflorida.org, to find volunteer opportunities. This storm is doing a number on the state of Florida. It is going to continue to move through this state today and through much of tomorrow. And there's going to continue to be a number of adverse effects. I can tell you that as soon as it moves beyond Southwest Florida, you're going to see a massive surge of personnel and supplies to be able to help those who are in need, get people back on their feet, and help to rebuild those communities. Kevin?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. I think everybody should know that the governor is extremely committed to being involved in this response, and he was here with me till late last night, and he was here with me early this morning, and he has not been anywhere but very near me the entire time. So, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership in that area. I mean, it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the leadership. As the governor said, Hurricane Ian has made landfall this afternoon as a Category 4. Winds of 155 miles an hour. I'm not going to read all the statistics that the governor's mentioned, but I'll bring a couple of new ones here. 1,100 resource requests have been we've received 1,100 resource requests. We have fulfilled 900 of those. Again, the difference of the 200 is stuff that we just cannot get out on the road right now. We're working as quickly as possible to address those needs. We have well over 200 shelters open. We have 42,000 restoration personnel. We literally have, with first responders across the state and additional ones coming in, there's well over 10,000 responders statewide ready to do stuff. As the storm makes its way across Florida, I remind Floridians to stay indoors if you're in the path of the storm. If you're sheltering in place in the path of the storm and you still have power and Wi-Fi, please visit floridadisaster.org/info to fill out our shelter-in-place survey. We've had a lot of people answer that and give us that information. That helps us provide critical information to first responders about the demographics of your household so that they can aid your family as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that first responders may not be able to immediately enter impacted areas to assist you due to the safety hazards. I will say we are planning a 3-prong response to handle that specific issue. We have personnel staged to come in via ground, via vehicles. We have personnel staged to come in via air with aerial deployed search and rescue assets. And then we also have the Coast Guard and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission ready to come in by sea for those barrier islands and beachfront properties. So we will have a response mechanism that involves all 3 of those arms. Shelter-in-place survey, again, I just reiterated, is floridadisaster.org/info. If you need immediate assistance, please dial 911. That site is not a replacement for 911. If it is calm outside, you may be in the eye of the storm. As the eye of the storm continues to move inland, is getting ready to enter areas such as Hendry County, Glades County, do not go outside if all of a sudden the wind stops. In this situation, that means you're in the eye of the hurricane. Seek shelter immediately. Get into an interior room and protect yourself. Do not walk or drive through flooded areas. Floodwaters can stall your car and sweep you and your car away in the blink of an eye. We received reports of isolated tornadoes across east central Florida. If you're in a tornado warning, again, seek an interior room free of windows. Get low and put something over the top of your head to protect yourself. If a tornado warning, self-deployments. We do not want individuals self-deploying out on their own. That is very, very dangerous. Leave that to the professionals that are trained in how to do that. Do not take your personal boat out in these situations. We do not want to have to respond to yet another problem. The governor mentioned there are more deaths as a result of indirect situations than the actual direct situation of storm surge wind at the beginning of a storm. So please, what we want you to do more than anything else is stay safe. Please be careful out there. Again, Governor, thank you.
Do we have the Cajun Navy? They're on the way, right?
There are reports that they are on the way.
So I think the Cajun Navy is on the way, and okay, there we go. I mean, look, we really welcome. I mean, those are some really battle-hardened folks, and so Florida welcomes their support, and honestly, particularly Louisiana, because they've dealt with so much, and so the governor's been great. And look, we've got a long way to go before this storm exits the state, and there's going to be a lot of need to get into these communities, particularly in Southwest Florida, and offer the immediate assistance. But I do think the 3-pronged strategy, where you're going in by ground, air, and by sea, means that all hands are on deck, and there's going to be people that are going to be in harm's way. And what I've said is, the folks were told in these areas of the hazards. They were given time to be able to make arrangements and to leave. Some chose not to do that. They would have probably been better off doing that. Nevertheless, if people are in harm's way, we're going to go and do whatever we can to help those folks. And so that is those operations are going to commence as soon as it's safe to do so. Certainly, I would say, no later than first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no later. As soon as it's light outside and people are able to do it, and then it begins with the clearing the roads, making sure that the electrical folks can get in there. I was able to thank a number of these linemen. We went over to Lake City, where a number of them are staged. These are great folks. They're coming from all across the country. I mean, I met people from Alabama, from Texas, from Louisiana. They're all coming to Florida. When we were driving back to Tallahassee from Lake City, I saw this beautiful sight of all these electrical vehicles coming where they had all the electrical equipment on, and these are folks that are going to help put people's power back on. It was just a procession of them. So we talked about 42,000. I'll bet you after today there's probably going to be significantly even more. So you really are seeing just a great logistical effort to put all hands on deck in this response. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, Governor, you mentioned getting calls from people who have not evacuated, calls for help. About how many calls people were we talking about here?
Kevin, you want to take that?
So right now, I don't want to give you a solid number because it'd be a guess. I know earlier today we had the initial report was 21, and then we, because of the 911 issues in that Southwest Florida area, we had one small rural county that was answering calls for the larger county, saying that they had hundreds of calls. So I can't really quantify that right now, but just go off the words that the emergency management directors at the local level told me. Sorry.
Yes.
Have you spoken to the president at all about getting that 100% coverage? I mean, has he? I know there's a lot of folks out there who are pushing for Florida to get that 100% coverage, but I know.
So when we spoke yesterday, I mean, he said, all hands on deck, that he wants to be helpful, and he said, ask whatever you need, ask us. So he was inviting us to request support, and so that we think that this is probably the best thing that we can get at this juncture, given what we're dealing with, and so hopefully we'll get a favorable response on that.
Mr. Guthrie mentioned this earlier, but this is obviously a big flooding event, and a lot of these places might not have flood insurance. Do you have a sense of, how exposed a lot of these people are who don't have coverage from flood insurance?
Not yet, but I think the issue is significant in the sense that these are not people that necessarily live in a, quote, flood zone. They live and they're asked, the realtor says, you're not in a flood zone. Well, they're not going to get the flood insurance. And I totally understand why people don't do that. But just because you're not in a, quote, flood zone does not mean that you're not at risk of a catastrophic event like this. And so I think you're going to see some clearly. How many, that remains to be seen. Now, there are programs that FEMA has to try to provide relief for people, but it is not going to be commensurate to having had a policy. And so this is an issue that we're going to have to deal with. But I do think it will be something, because we deal with this in other storms across the country, including Florida. When you have this about the homeowners policy will cover certain things, but the flood policy covers probably the most significant risk for most homeowners in Florida, given the risk of flooding that we have in so many different parts of our state. So we're sensitive to that. There's obviously going to be some folks that are going to be in need of support and relief, and we're obviously going to work as best we can. I will say that people have been asking about some of the overall homeowners insurance with like Citizens. Citizens, I think right now they're between $6 and $7 billion of surplus. They're modeling, based on paying out a lot of money in claims for this, was that they would still have between $4 and $5 billion in surplus, and so they view themselves as being able to weather this. Individual carriers, they have to go through a stress test to be able to have their policies approved, and so this year they had tested under a direct impact on Tampa Bay, and then what would happen. And so they have policies, they have reinsurance, we have our RAP program, and of course the CAT fund. But for Citizens, they feel very strongly that they're going to be able to handle this and still have pretty significant reserves. Okay, thanks so much. I'll see you guys.
All right, guys, that was a live press conference that we just heard. Governor Ron DeSantis, who was giving us an update on what we do know so far. So Nick and I are actually going to go over that with you. If you were just joining us, Tabitha Lipkin here with Nick Z. We are in full coverage of Hurricane Ian right now. So what he said is that the storm surge seems to have peaked, which is a little bit of good news that we are getting out of a very intense hurricane, Category 4 storm that has just hit the peninsula of Florida. He said over 1.1 million people are currently without power, top 5 ever to hit the Florida peninsula. But this is a hurricane that will have ramifications well beyond the peninsula area. They are They have declared a major disaster declaration for all counties in Florida, by the way, and Governor Ron DeSantis says he has been in contact with the Biden administration in order to help already get a lot of that disaster relief off the ground because it is going to be needed immediately. 142,000 linemen across Florida are ready to go to help with electricity and get that up and going again. And this is also something just kind of interesting. It's something that this is a very serious situation, but there is kind of an ongoing joke that no matter what happens, Waffle Houses tend to stay open. Sure. This is not something Governor DeSantis mentioned, but it's something I just saw pop up. But 21 Waffle Houses have actually closed across Florida. That is kind of the benchmark of the internet of how serious is the storm. The storm is incredibly serious.
You know, you mentioned the storm being in the top 5, and he likened it to Charlie, Hurricane Charlie. That was all the way back in 2004. And by the way, Hurricane Charlie severely affected the state of Florida. I mean, in more ways than one. 9 direct fatalities, 20 indirect, numerous injuries, $5.4 billion in property damage caused by Charlie in 2004, approximately $285 million in agricultural damage as well. And he's saying that this is way bigger than
3
that.
times, he said, yeah. 3 times as big.
So far, he says that the damage that's been reported so far hasn't been as bad. It's only been a few counties so far, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Right.
You know, he also, after all that you just mentioned, he also talked about what's going to happen in the coming hours after the storm has passed. It's important to make sure that Floridians do take the proper precautions coming out of this. Is basically what he said. He warned of things like downed power lines, misused generators, things like that. I mean, in the aftermath of Irma, for example, we saw 77 post-storm fatalities, more than what was directly caused by the storm. So that's why it's so important to realize that, you know, taking the proper measures afterwards is just as important as what you do when you're hunkering down. And this right here, we believe, is Naples, Florida. Is that right? This was a fire that was started by a downed power line, something that I was just mentioning there just a minute ago. Yeah, this is from the Naples Fire Rescue Department. As you can see, all of this water there. I mean, certain parts of the city literally halfway submerged because of that storm surge. On the other end of the spectrum, you also have fires literally starting
down
even in the rain.
Lines,
It just shows you the wide variety, the wide range of damage and danger that comes from this kind of weather.
And that's why they're telling people, if you can and you are in a safe area where there is not a storm surge and there's not rising water levels, to stay hunkered down and to stay, of course, away from windows and such. This is also live video that we have out of Naples. And according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, water levels have reached more than 6 feet above normal high tide. By the way, if you're wondering what the record was, it was 4.25 feet above high tide that was set during Hurricane Irma just 5 years ago.
More shots here. Look at basically more than half of that car right there, flooding roads again through the city of Naples. Take a look at this video posted on social media by the Naples Fire and Rescue Department. The storm surge completely flooded the fire truck bay there. Workers waded through nearly 4 feet of water there to remove equipment and items from the inside of the fire trucks. Of course, no one was injured. And you have to realize, I mean, these are the people who are on the front line, who are meant to
help.
Go out and help, but they can only do so much when they're dealing with these kinds of issues of their own. The city of Naples also, should be said, has issued an emergency city curfew due to extremely hazardous conditions on the roadways. Specifically, the curfew is in effect until further notice.
And Chase Kane was just talking about this with us, and this is really important to note. It only takes about 6 inches of water that can knock a person off their feet, and only about 1 or 2 feet of water that can knock a car. It can actually sweep a car away. It doesn't take much at all. So when we're talking about storm surges of 12 to 18 feet, it really gives you perspective as how intense this is. And this footage, I mean, it's really shocking to see. Another thing that is of note, we have been going back and forth. We even showed you guys a little earlier of someone who called into a news station saying that they needed help. But here's the thing, first responders cannot go out and help if they are not in a safe position to do so. Exactly. And that's why this is so intense, and that's why they had these evacuation orders. And some people, we talked about this too, were in the Tampa area because they had predicted that area was going to get hit incredibly hard. Maybe they went south, and that is where the hurricane actually ended up hitting, is much further south. So it's really complicated situations, really heartbreaking situation, but this is continuing to develop.
It is, and residents here in these next images we're about to show, you can see how people have been preparing for all of this. One really useful tool. Floridians know this. That's sandbags. Yeah, sandbags used for the heavy rain and the flooding. Officials say that as this afternoon, at least 32,000 sandbags have been distributed. So, I mean, that just goes to show you how useful those can be and how much they can come in handy. But let's continue the conversation. Let's keep things rolling here. Joining us now is NBC reporter Chris Pallone. Chris, are you with us? We see you got the poncho on, the raincoat. Tell us, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Marcel and Ashley, here in Tampa, it's been a day of kind of hurry up and wait. We woke up to rain and some heavy winds from the outer bands of Ian. But then through parts of the day, we went through times when there was no rain and no wind at all, such that the Tampa police had to run off some spectators, some tourists who wanted to take a look at the river and the bay. They tweeted out, "Don't go sightseeing. The weather's going to get worse." And now we're starting to see the weather get worse as this storm finally starts moving up the western coast of Florida. We're getting a more consistent rainfall. We're getting more consistent wind gusts, but it's a far different story from what they were experiencing just a couple of hours down the highway from us, places like Fort Myers and Naples and Sanibel Island that are absolutely getting pummeled by the center of this storm. 150-mile-an-hour winds, storm surge that's ranging anywhere from 6 to 18 feet. We're seeing the remarkable videos that I'm sure you've been showing of cars floating by, houses topped with water. And so that disaster continues to unfold down in that area. Sure, it'll be bad here. We'll continue to get a lot of rain. Maybe we'll see some localized flooding and things of that nature, but it's nothing compared to what's going on just to our south. This storm is going to be a slog for the state of Florida. As it slowly makes its way across the state, it will continue to spur power outages from downed trees that ultimately take down power lines. Orlando, that area and parts of it have some old growth trees that tend to come down a lot when the ground is saturated. Orlando slated to get a ton of rain. And then Jacksonville in the northeast could get extensive storm surge as this storm then goes off into the Atlantic. So for people in the path of the storm, the millions of Floridians, they are by no means out of the woods just yet. In fact, this is really just getting underway.
And Chris, we appreciate all that you're doing here. You have Tabitha and Nick with you right now, and I'm just so curious. You know, you've been out there, you've been covering this. What is the timeline looking like for the peninsula as, you know, the eye of the storm has now officially made it onto land, but there is still more storm ahead?
Sure. This could last, according to forecasters, another 12, 24 hours, maybe even a little longer, depending on how much the storm slows down. And so it's going to be a long haul. There are first responders in the area, members of FEMA, power crews and such, waiting to get into places to help restore power. Right now, I think we've got more than 1 million homes without power in the state of Florida. That number expected to grow, but they can't go in if the storm isn't over yet.
Right.
You know, we just heard from the governor not too long ago, and he mentioned previous storms, and I want to ask you about that. I mean, he called out Charlie, for example, storm Charlie from back in 2004, and I want to ask you, I mean, this is a state that is obviously not new to this kind of weather, right? If there's one state in the country that really knows really well about hurricanes and kind of very intense weather, it's Florida. And does the state, do these cities, do they learn and move forward with each and every storm? Is there something to take away from to be prepared for the next one and next year or possibly next month? I mean, does the state become more and more like prepared for this kind of stuff every time?
Yeah, I mean, Hurricane Andrew changed everything. That's what led to building codes being changed. That's why state officials were mostly saying, hey, look, we can handle 130, 140 mile an hour winds. That's not really what we're worried about to protect life. What we're worried about is storm surge and flooding. 90% of deaths from storms like this come from water, not from wind. And so that's because of building codes, essentially. So that, they learn from every storm. It all depends. You know, Tampa, actually, when this storm was originally forecast, the track really had it coming straight into Tampa Bay. Well, guess what? Tampa Bay hasn't had a direct hit from a major hurricane in more than 100 years. So sure, parts of the state are used to having hurricanes, especially the Panhandle recently, but there are other parts of the state that haven't seen this. And when you have a place like Florida, where hundreds of people move to the southern part of Florida every month, a lot of people are newbies. They've never gone through this before. So I saw a lot of trepidation, nervousness in people who were getting ready here in the Tampa area over the last couple of days.
And Chris, we're seeing some of the images right there on. We were just showing to our viewers. I'm sorry, producers. One more time. What was that? All right, guys. Chris, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. We'd love to check back in with you in just a little bit. But for now, we're actually going to do a live look into Orlando. We have LX News has been covering this for quite some time. Orlando, more central Florida, about an hour and a half away from Tampa, but they are starting to feel the effects of the storm as well.
Yes, no way to know exactly, where things are going to go from now. But as you can see, a little bit more calm than where Chris is right now. And Chris actually just mentioned Orlando. He was talking about the certain type of trees that are there, making them more susceptible to falling over when that soil becomes too saturated from all of that water. We hope that isn't the case moving forward. But as we can see here, this is a live look from Orlando, where things appear, for now, it should be said, to be more calm than where they are just a bit south in Tampa.
And LX News storyteller Mackenzie Bain actually spoke to a man who was in Orlando and talks about his plan for the storm.
Going to go ahead and work from home up until the power goes out, if it goes out. If not, just going to continue doing as if it's another work from home day. Wilma was probably the worst one I've been through, power out for a week. So, nothing is out of the question. You always want to prepare ahead of time as much as you can. But, growing up in Florida, it's always been hurricane parties is what everybody thinks of. So most people probably around my age are just kind of, just having fun with it. Either just having parties already if they haven't started, or just kind of chilling, waiting for it to pass. I think it stems from the fact that hurricanes are so common that school always got canceled, growing up. So everybody thinks of hurricanes and they think of all the responsibilities go away. I'm pretty sure that's why. Yeah, I mean, they're not things you should definitely take lightly, for sure. Storm surge, especially if you're living by water, you could expect it to flood. Make sure you take care of everything there. It's not surprising if you have tornadoes as well, but Florida isn't, a stranger to tornadoes. It's probably one of the bigger states to have them. Make sure you keep all your belongings somewhere safe. If stuff happens and it's really bad and, your roof comes out or whatever, just make sure you keep it all in a safe area. You go to Publix and you see, just everybody trying to get last minute things, you're trying to get some water, but everybody takes all of it except for like one or two brands, because even in hurricanes, they don't want those brands. Obviously all the aisles are cleared. There's always one or two people who like to buy everything, even if they don't need it. Doom preppers, I guess, but better to be safe than sorry. So I can't blame them. I think it is becoming now a Cat 5, but time will see. If at least where I'm at right now, it's not raining, so it's pretty good. But yeah, hopefully not.
And we also still have another live look. We've been continuing to go to this bridge, the Sunshine Sky Bridge near Tampa, which is in St. Petersburg. And we also have to talk about mandatory curfew. Sorry, you've been up here a while. It's hard for me to continue talking so much.
Almost there, Taz.
Mandatory curfews.
Yeah, they've actually been issued for many coastal communities there of Collier County and the city of Fort Myers as well. Now, the curfew issued for that county specifically includes the city of Naples and portions of Everglades National Park. It's going to start at 10 p.m. That's Eastern time, of course, and will remain in effect through 6 a.m. the following morning tomorrow. Now, first responders and staff at hospitals and other essential businesses, they are exempt from this curfew. But, I mean, we've been showing images like this one. Right. By the way, this one is a bridge. This is closer to Tampa, but it's closed down. Not a curfew, but that's closed down. But in Naples, you can see exactly why there's a curfew in place. I mean, the streets are completely, we're talking numerous feet of water, cars completely submerged.
Which puts a big predicament out there for individuals who might be in a situation in which they are trapped and they need help. Lots of questions kind of around that. But first, let's go to our climate storyteller, Chase Kane, who has been boots on the ground with Eric Rodriguez for a couple of days now. Chase, give us an update. What are you seeing? What's the latest?
Actually, Tabitha, you guys were mentioning people who are calling for help, need to get out. Two of my friends, their parents separately moved to Southwest Florida, to the Venice, Port Charlotte area that's being hit so hard right now. One of them lost contact about 2 hours ago. Another of them lost contact with their mom about an hour ago. They're understandably scared because their parents are right in the center of where the storm is barreling in. And, a couple days ago, I think they thought, put up the hurricane shutters and get inside the patio furniture. We'll be fine. This is going to hit Tampa. It's not a big deal. Well, here in Tampa, this is, it seems, about as bad as it's going to get. We're getting about 60-mile-an-hour winds, which is strong tropical storm, but not quite hurricane force winds. NBC meteorologists are saying this is probably about as bad as it's going to get in Tampa unless there are tornado warnings. So that's really where we're at. Some wind gusts, some rain. Flooding is probably going to be a concern overnight, but certainly not what's happening down towards Fort Myers.
Right, and there's one thing I'm curious about. I know that Governor Ron DeSantis just talked about, first responders, and we've been talking about how they have to take care of themselves before they can take care of other people. But there's also other factions out there that are prepared to help in kind of, post-hurricane Florida, and that includes organizations like the Cajun Navy, which is something I just only recently learned about. But can you kind of talk about what these first responders or these volunteers who have stayed behind to help people are going to be facing in the next couple of days?
I mean, that's hard to say, Tabitha. I think if I'm speaking from a place of fear, we have storm surge that's 12 feet or more. We've seen video. We've heard about people who are trapped inside their homes. Water's coming up, shoulder, neck high inside their homes. People trapped inside cars. I think, the fear says we're going to find some people who didn't survive this storm. I hope that's not the case because this is a really powerful storm, a historic storm by so many different measures. But one of the things that I think you guys have been talking about, and you've probably heard a bit about, is that it's just not safe for first responders to be getting out in this. I mean, you see 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I mean, it's not knocking me over, but it's tough to stay stable. So imagine, this times 2.5. I mean, it's just kind of impossible to get out, and that's the reason that local officials, that state officials, issue evacuations and tell people to leave. And I understand that it costs money. It can be frustrating to say evacuate, and then nothing happens. But it's that one time that you're told to evacuate, and it does happen. I mean, that's when people lose their lives, and it's such a difficult thing. Especially people in Florida, they're used to this, but these storms are dangerous.
Yeah, and you were mentioning a friend of yours who's lost contact, a few that have lost contact with their family. And so, look, I mean, power goes out, right? Over 1 million people in the state have lost power, at least, that we know of. It begs the question, how do people lose contact completely? Is it also due to the fact that, cell phone, connectivity will go out as well? Is that something that can happen, too, because of the weather?
Yeah, landlines, telephone lines are blown down. Cell phone towers can sustain damage. Some of them have generator backup power. How long does that generator backup power last? I mean, there's just a lot of things that can go wrong. But yeah, I mean, cell service is one of the things that is always vulnerable, like any of our technology, any of our infrastructure. That's why Florida also has some of these temporary cell phone towers that they can deploy as soon as the storm passes. But that still leaves you in this gap where, things are really bad about 100 miles south of here. So that's when people lose contact. That's when people are also at, the highest risk. And of course, that's when they want to hear from their loved ones. I mean, without getting too personal, from what I've heard from a couple of my friends, I mean, they're scared because parents are separated. One parent's over here, the other's gone down to take care of the house, or the other's staying at the house, and they can't get in touch with them. And, they hope they're okay. They hope it's just a matter of, we lost power, we lost cell phone service. But of course, your mind can go to some scary places and assume the worst.
Yeah, one can only imagine.
Yeah, and Chase, there's just something else that Eric was talking about earlier today, and I think it's so important to drive home. I mean, you're a trained professional. You're out there. You're covering this to give people an idea and to really bring them the news of what is happening in Florida. But this is not a time for people to go out there and to take pictures. In fact, just because the eye of the storm might be making its way over landfall and things might seem like they're calmer in some places, there is still a lot of storm left to hit Florida.
Yeah, I mean, right here where we are right now in downtown Tampa, I mean, here's a car driving through. Haven't seen a ton of people out being the looky-loos, but, you know, a little earlier when we were over on Bayshore Boulevard, a really popular place for people to bike and run and skateboard, that sort of thing, we saw people out with their phones, with their cameras, wanting to, you know, take a picture, because in their mind, they're like, oh, okay, Tampa's not going to be that bad. Let me go get some pictures of that. But see how quickly things can change. You know, one gust of wind, something comes flying through the air. I mean, it is dangerous. You know, we're taking certain precautions. We have cover over our head. We can actually walk backwards and get inside that, because Eric Rodriguez is kind of getting blown off of his feet while he's trying to hold the camera for us. You know, but that's the reason we choose places like this, so that we can come here on this side of the wall, and all of a sudden there's no wind. I mean, so yes, we've done this before, and we're thinking about those things to make sure that we're staying safe.
Yeah, we want you to stay safe.
Oh, yeah, we do. Chase, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I do want to ask, what is the one thing that's really shocked or surprised you in these past 48 hours or so that it's been, or I'm not exactly sure how long you've been down there in Florida, but it hasn't been long, but you've seen a lot, I'm sure, and experienced a lot, and I'm just wondering, has there been one thing that's really stood out to you?
I mean, I think it's kind of what we were just talking about, that there are people a little farther down the Florida coast that thought this isn't going to be that bad. And then in a very short amount of time, just a slight change. I mean, the storm really has been pretty predictable, but it was just that slight change that puts the worst part of the storm, instead of here, it's a little bit south. And now these people are in their homes, and some of them are trapped, and they're calling for help. I mean, I hate to say it, but I almost feel like the surprise, the things that we don't want to see, we might see tomorrow after the storm has passed, and, you know, everyone's able to sort of get out and get a better assessment of the damage and of the impact of the storm.
Yeah, Chase, something else we've been talking about with you for the last couple of days is climate change, and how that is related to this storm, and how this storm is so much more intense than the storms that we typically see. I mean, right now at the moment, I believe we wrote down the fifth most intense storm to hit the United States in terms of wind speed. Can you talk about how climate change has played a role in this storm and could potentially play a role in future storms as well?
So if we keep it really simple, hurricanes feed off of primarily the warmth in the ocean, certainly the warmth in the atmosphere. We know that because humans are burning fossil fuels, we're warming both the atmosphere and the ocean. So we're basically giving this storm more fuel to work with. And so that's what lets hurricanes become more powerful. That's what also lets them intensify even more rapidly than we're used to. You know, and warmer air also holds more moisture. So as the atmosphere warms, the potential for how much water we can put up there in the sky that later gets dumped back on us, that's increasing as well. So there's lots of things that are happening here to make these storms more dangerous. Also talking with NBC Miami's hurricane specialist John Morales yesterday, we had him in several of our shows. One of the things that he was talking about was, even if you look all the way at the poles are warming faster than anywhere else on the planet. Because of that, it's changing the jet stream. We hear about the jet stream a lot in terms of influencing our weather here in the continental U.S. He was saying as the jet stream slows down and meanders a little bit, that can also influence hurricanes and cause them to potentially move more slowly, like Hurricane Ian, moving more slowly, making people susceptible to these strong winds for a longer period of time, allowing the storm to dump more rain in one place rather than spreading out that rain over a longer stretch of land. So there's just a lot of factors going into this that make these storms more dangerous, and I think we all have to expect, until we stop burning fossil fuels, the main driver of climate change, we're going to continue to see these storms get worse.
Right. And right now, the movement at about 8 miles per hour. Chase Kane, you, Eric, stay safe out there. We will continue to check in with you. Thank you so much for all of your reporting. And we want to show our viewers some other footage that we have from all over Florida as well.
Well, look at that stop sign completely bent. Imagine trying to bend that with your own two hands. Not an easy thing to do, but that is the work, ladies and gentlemen, of Mother Nature right there. This is Punta Gorda, Florida. Stop sign, as I said, literally bent by winds of Hurricane Ian. What else do we have here? This is Naples, right?
Yeah, we've been checking in and out of this shot, actually, because this is from an NBC crew that is on, I believe, a third story, right kind of near the coastal area as well. If you were to turn the camera around to the other way, you would notice that they are right near the beach. And according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, by the way, the water levels you're seeing right there, right at 6 feet above normal high tide. And the previous record, by the way, Nick, was about 4.25 feet above high tide. And that was Hurricane Irma about 5 years ago.
And what were you talking about just not too long ago? You were saying it really only takes about a foot or two to really move a car, just a couple of inches to knock a person off of their feet.
6 feet or 6 inches to knock someone off their feet.
Not to say that 6 feet isn't a lot, but you know what I'm saying. It's like just a couple of feet is all it takes to cause extensive damage and to really take a place out. Thankfully, we heard from the governor not long ago, and so far there hasn't been extensive damage reported there specifically, but of course it's too early to say anything. And this video right here is out of Delray Beach, where a possible tornado, you heard right, caused, of course, by the Hurricane Ian, damaged an apartment complex where dozens of people were forced to evacuate.
Yeah, and we actually have Chris Palome. We're going to go back out to Chris and talk to him for just a little bit. Chris is with us and joining us, and we appreciate you taking the time. Chris, I'm curious, what are first responders doing in this very moment where it feels like people just have to hunker down because of the storm surge, because of the winds, because they're not able to necessarily take care of themselves in order to take care of other people? So what is this time like?
Right, Tabitha and Nick. A lot of them are doing just that, just hunkering down. I spoke with some Tampa police officers earlier today who said that when the winds get to 40 miles per hour, they are ordered to stay off the roads as well. And that's when they stop responding. They just go back to their quarters. And so you've seen that. I've seen first responders in other parts of the state tweet that same thing, that when winds hit 40 or 45 miles an hour, we're not going out to do anything to save you. And so that's the general thing. That was why the warnings were so dire, that look, if you choose not to evacuate and you get into trouble, there may be nothing we can do for you. And so they've said, hey, if you do have an emergency, call. If you have a heart attack, if you're having some sort of medical emergency, there might be certain things we can do to help you over the phone, but we are not going to send people to rescue you if you get caught in a situation that you didn't anticipate ahead of time.
Oh, boy. Generally speaking, though, I mean, we just talked to you a few minutes ago, and we kind of talked about how Florida is no stranger to this kind of weather. Floridians, as a group of people, I would imagine that they're quite resilient when it comes to this kind of weather, though, moving just kind of in general. Because, we saw one image where this building was completely boarded up. Somebody had spray painted, bring it on, Ian, Not to minimize, of course, the danger involved with this, but it seems like Floridians are very...
Sure. Absolutely. Just like New Englanders are great at blizzards, people in Florida are used to, thunderstorms and having huge lizards and things like that, and also hurricanes. But the thing you have to remember here is Florida is one of those states that's continuing to grow, and so you're getting a lot of transplants from other parts of the country who have never been through this before. So over the last couple of days, when I was talking to people, sure, the people who've been here for a while and have kind of been through this routine, they kind of know what to do. They have a hurricane plan in place. They have emergency supplies ready to go, stashed somewhere in a garage or an attic or whatever. But then you have the total newbies who come down here and they're like, oh my goodness, I never had to deal with this in Vermont, say, or, upstate New York. And so it's a whole new world for them. And those people really seem to be taking it seriously because they did not want to be caught unaware.
And Chris, another thing, we just heard from Governor Ron DeSantis, and he talked about how all counties in Florida under a state of emergency declaration. Can you kind of speak to how, even if a county is not necessarily in the direct path of this hurricane, people all over Florida and beyond are still going to be affected?
yeah, there's so many ripple effects through all of this. You know, in terms of declaring a disaster declaration opens up several avenues. Number one, it allows you to get federal funding or reimbursements. It allows FEMA to operate. It allows state resources to operate in that area. And think about it, it makes sense. Even if your county is not directly affected, you might have evacuees there. You might have people who have to relocate there after losing their homes. You have to keep an eye out for possible price gouging on goods and services and gasoline. And so, yeah, the governor declared that state of emergency. They did not know exactly where this storm was going to go. It's going to affect millions of people in the state and displace millions of people. And so, yeah, they went ahead and did that. The federal government, President Biden, has already, before the storm even struck, authorized all the resources of the federal government to help out here. There are first responders, electrical workers, and FEMA workers pre-positioned in safer areas ready to move in. They're just waiting for the storm to end.
Speaking of the storm ending, I mean, the governor was just talking about the dangers involved with when it comes to like the aftermath and the amount of deaths that can happen, indirectly from a storm once the storm's actually finished. What are some of the dangers there that are left behind once the storm has moved out?
Yeah, that's a great
He mentioned generators was one of the things.
Nick, you wouldn't. Yeah, Nick, you wouldn't believe. I've done so many storms where several of the hurricanes in the last couple of years in the Louisiana and Texas area, most of the deaths in those storms have come from carbon monoxide poisoning from improper use of generators and not from anything related to the storm itself, the wind or the water. I've seen it so many times that these improperly vented generators, so I'm sure that's a top priority for people here, is to make sure that they tell people, look, you cannot use your generator either in your house or close to a window because you're going to be overcome by fumes. So that's one thing. And then you just have all kinds of other things. Standing water, you've got all kinds of critters and bugs here. And so, stepping on piles of debris, things of that nature. There's just so much that can go wrong in the aftermath of a storm like this. Down power lines that maybe haven't been de-electrified at a certain point. That's why they're telling people not to, try not to navigate floodwaters or try not to walk into floodwaters, because you never know. You're going to fall in a hole or contact something that's been electrified. It really, now as the sun is setting, it's really becoming a dangerous situation.
Well, Chris, we appreciate you coming on, chatting with us. Please stay safe out there, and we're going to try and check back in with you in just a little bit.
Sure.
All right, we have another live look. I believe we were going to take a look at some more of the footage continuing to come in. This is a reporter in This is a reporter in Punta Gorda who is, doing incredible work, but just giving you an example of how intense this storm is. Now, this reporter, by the way, a trained professional. This is not something that your average citizen should be out doing, taking pictures of, or being involved in. Still shocking to see. He can barely stand up. Do we know who this is?
And this is just not too far from where Chase Kane is, by the way. You could see the difference in the kind of weather.
Right.
This is south, of course, of where Tampa is, where Chase is in Tampa. But you could just see the difference that just, 50 miles can make in terms of this storm. I mean,
and he's even under shelter a bit. He looks like he's in a parking garage. Is kind of what. He is. I can see the P right there on the side of the building in a parking garage. And the winds are still that intense. The water is coming through, and that's also something people don't realize when you're dealing with a hurricane. It's walls of water. So if you're outside, you can't breathe because all you're going to breathe in is a lot of that water. I don't know what else to say about this because it is so shocking to see him like this. I hope that they're okay. I think it's also, I don't know how he's doing that. We do have a package that we're going to go to right now because our LX News storyteller, Mackenzie Boehm, actually spoke to a woman who is sheltering in place in St. Petersburg, not far from Tampa, and she talks about how she's doing.
Some people are freaking out and treating it like Armageddon, and some people are like quite literally throwing hurricane parties. So I think we're somewhere in the middle. So we're zone D, and A, B, and C were mandatory evacuation. So if we were mandatory, we would have left. But we felt like it made more sense, we being me and my boyfriend, to stay because first of all, we rent, and our rental agency is really difficult to get a hold of. So if we had a lot of damage, it would have been a long time before we could have gotten it fixed. So we were like, if we're here and it floods, at least we can put some towels up or intercept it somehow. My parents are furious. They were like, you need to get out of there. My mom ordered life jackets and sent them to me a few days ago, so in case we have to float away. But they're from Kentucky, so they've never seen it. She was sending me like memes of Katrina when houses were leveled. When we woke up today, we looked online and we saw that it was kind of on the border of Cat 4 and Cat 5 and freaked out a little bit, but it was raining, but it was only raining like a normal rainstorm. And it's just been in the past hour or so that it's more windy than I've ever seen and in Florida, and it's like raining pretty torrentially. I took my dogs out on leash into our backyard, and I was a little worried they were going to blow away. Like it was actually like pushing against them a little bit. So I've just been disappointed by how many people aren't taking care of their pets. I took in my friend's salamander because they were planning on leaving it and it would have died. And then I saw another friend, her pet, she's in Ireland, and her pet sitter completely abandoned her dogs at her house in a Zone A, and she had to post on Facebook for a stranger to come get her dogs. Really, the suspense is the worst part. I wish it would just get it over with. I feel like we're like sitting ducks a little bit, and all the bridges are closed. There's a shelter-in-place order. We got a text that the Pinellas County, like EMS and fire department and stuff, won't come if you call. So I'm really just excited for this, just to see what happens. The suspense is too much.
And guys, we're going to go back out. Okay, so our producers did some incredible investigative work. This is actually Kerry Sanders. He's been out there covering the storm all day, giving you a true example of just how strong and powerful the water and the wind. Yes, get inside. I'm glad he's kind of getting out of the way.
Winds. And look, we were just talking, I mentioned this earlier, we were just talking to Chase Kane, who's just about 100 miles north of here in Tampa, and what a difference it can make depending on where you are. Truly. It's not that far. It's about a 2-hour drive, but a world of a difference. It was very calm where Chase is, and of course, not the case where Kerry is.
No, we're seeing, like we said, winds right now. You see it on the right side of your screen, 140 miles per hour, gusts of 180 miles per hour. This is a very slow-moving hurricane at about 8 miles per hour total as it moves over land.
8 miles per hour. Not the case for the wind it's bringing with it. All right, we're going to go back out for some live coverage from WBBH NBC2. That is Fort Myers, Florida.
Further inland in Lee County than I would have expected. So you just got to be very aware of any body of water you're near, or even if you're not, that storm surge that water is running out of places to go.
Mm-hmm. We've been trying to make sure that everybody understands this storm is still happening. It is still going across southwest Florida. The focus has moved a little bit toward the north. Let's talk about an area to our north, and that's Charlotte County, where virtually nobody has power in Charlotte County. We're talking about 127,000 customers total. About 124,000 are now in the dark. So you're running into the 95 to 99% range for the people who are without power right now. So for many of those folks, if they are with us right now, they are most likely only listening because they don't have the power to run the television.
And we are starting to see what people are dealing with. This is in Punta Gorda, a stop sign blown over. This is the threat they're dealing with right now in Punta Gorda. It's a street sign along US 41, right in the heart of the city. That stop sign completely on its side, touching the ground. The octagon of the stop sign is on the ground. You can see, and the wind is just trying to pull it. It is dangerous conditions.
The wind took it down to a 90-degree angle, basically, from straight up to straight down and parallel to the ground, just pushing it like that. When you see that, you realize why you don't want to be outside, because if that pulls out just a little bit and starts to go flying, now you have a projectile going through the air, and it can be extremely dangerous. We want to move on to Bonita Beach now and give you a view. This is from Doc's Beach House. Water everywhere. You'd have to wade through it just to get across to the sand as it continues to move. Storm surge, major issue on Bonita Beach. Allison said something earlier, about 10 minutes ago, that I think is very relevant. We're not going to get the full picture until tomorrow, most likely, because we are heading out toward sundown and darkness across southwest Florida. It's not safe at this point to be out on the roads. Law enforcement has talked about their needing to wait, first responders needing to wait before they go out and try to deal with emergencies. That means people are not going to be able to go out and see what has really happened until most likely the morning after darkness. to see what has happened across Southwest Florida.
Right, and when Lee County leaders were giving us a bit of an update on their response to this, I mean, they mentioned getting the federal government's help, getting some people temporary shelter outside of Lee County. Of course, for now, Hertz Arena is one of many shelters that is open if you are looking for somewhere to go. We should have a whole list of those shelters on our website, but that really stood out to me, just hearing, I mean, and you can tell by looking at what's been going on today, this is going to be a longer-term recovery effort. I mean, there'll be lots of work to do in our communities.
No doubt about it. And we're going to need federal help. In fact, there is some breaking news on that I wanted to share with you. Florida U.S. Senator Marco Rubio, Florida U.S. Senator Rick Scott, and the entire Florida congressional delegation have now sent a letter to President Biden in support of Governor Ron DeSantis requesting a major disaster.
All right, guys, welcome back to LX News. I mean, that was NBC2 WBBH in Fort Myers. We've all day long we've been covering Ian, right? If you've been with us, you know we've heard from a range of experts, meteorologists, anchors, reporters there in Florida too. But let's get a different kind of perspective here for just a moment. Let's bring in Carrie Emanuel, professor of atmospheric science at MIT. With over 200 published papers, Professor Emanuel's contributions to science, tropical cyclones, climate, and links between them have been greatly influential. Sir, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
As an expert, a scientist, you're watching this unfold, I would imagine, from a different kind of perspective than the rest of us, perhaps. What's going through your mind? How are you processing all of this?
Well, I mean, my reaction is probably very similar to the reaction of most of your viewers. It's horrible. This is a horrible disaster. On top of that, of course, we follow this hurricane as scientists, trying to understand how they work, how they're changing, how the forecasts may be improving, and so forth.
Talk to us, as you said, as a scientist, talk to us a little bit about hurricanes themselves. In layman's terms, what is a hurricane?
Well, a hurricane is a giant vortex, a cyclone, spinning counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. About 90 of these storms form around the world every year, of which 10 to 12 or so on average are in the Atlantic. And they're nature's response in some ways to the ocean getting too hot, specifically when the difference between the ocean temperature and some bulk measure of the temperature of the atmosphere above the ocean gets too large. Then hurricanes become possible, and if you increase that difference, they become more likely, or perhaps can become more intense over time. So they're powered by the flow of heat from the ocean to the atmosphere when seawater evaporates, and everyone has the experience of getting out of a shower or a swimming pool and feeling cold when you're wet. Water's evaporating from your body and drawing heat from it, and that's exactly the same process. That heat energy doesn't disappear, it gets added to the atmosphere, and that's the real driver of the storms and why they begin to die when they go over land.
What is it like? I want to ask you, I mean, you're someone who's been there front and center. In fact, you've described, being in a hurricane as, quote, in a grand stadium of clouds miles high. How important are hurricanes to you? I mean, is that your biggest passion in life? And what do you mean by that, a grand stadium of clouds mile high? It's awfully poetic.
It is. It's really something to see. I've often fantasized that in my retirement I'll start a hurricane safari to take people who are as interested in them as I am to see the eye. It really is magnificent. It's like standing in a football stadium or an amphitheater, but it's actually 10 to 12 miles high and maybe 50 miles across or so. It's blinding white from the clouds, and you see the deep blue sky of the stratosphere overhead. It's great to see it from an airplane. It's not great to see it from the ground because you have to get through the system to do that, but there you have it.
Yeah, and as majestical they might seem, from that perspective, of course they are devastating in more ways than one. And I mean, you mentioned oceans warming, and you said you said we, and I'm wondering, are you talking about humanity causing the planet to get warmer and that contributing to these storms and how I guess intense they are?
Yeah, we've been studying for the last 30 years or a little bit more how climate change might affect hurricanes. And those scientists who study it have come to kind of a consensus about some aspects, but not all, of how these storms will respond to climate change. And the things that we agree on include the fact that we ought to see more of the high category storms, like 4s and 5s, maybe a bit fewer of the low category storms and tropical storms. We should see storms intensify more rapidly, and we're beginning to see that in the data. And very importantly, a given storm, all other things being equal, will produce more rain. And it has to be recognized that in history, including recent history, water is the big killer in hurricanes, generally speaking, and a big source of damage. So we're really worried about rain. We're worried about storm surges, which are made worse by the fact that sea level in general is rising. And so the confluence of changing storms with the sad fact that all around the world people are moving into hurricane-prone areas, that has us worried.
Are you? I mean, when you make those kinds of projections, are you talking decades from now, centuries from now?
No, I think I'm talking about now. I mean, one of the problems we all have, including, for example, the insurance industry, is that estimates of hurricane risk that may be based on the last 50 to 100 years of records are very poor guides to the present, because there's already been so much climate change. I'll give you an example. 3 independent scientific peer-reviewed studies published a few years ago all argued that the probability of the kinds of rain in Harris County, Texas, that accompanied Hurricane Harvey had tripled between 1970 or so and 2017 when the storm actually happened. So if you're prepared for yesterday's storms, you're not going to be prepared for today's storms. And this is something we really have to address.
Yeah, and how do we go about addressing? I mean, what does humanity need to do, change, or perhaps focus on to ensure that we kind of turn the tide and we stop heading down, this path of warming the planet, causing more extreme weather events, hurricanes, storms, flooding, melting glaciers?
Well, there's 2 kinds of actions. One is the global action of trying to get our control over the emissions of greenhouse gases and reduce them over time, or learn how to take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. That's the global solution, but unfortunately, things are already changing, and they're bound to change a bit more, so we also have to be much better prepared at local levels, and that's a very complex issue. For example, in the United States, we have many policies in place, well-meaning policies, but that have the effect of subsidizing people to move into build in places that are prone to hurricanes. Around the world, the number of people exposed to the hurricane threats have tripled since 1970. People are moving into these areas. And the subsidies in the United States take the form of caps on insurance premiums, provision of cheap federal flood insurance, which ensures flooding from hurricanes, and disaster relief, all of which seem like good short-term solutions, but they have this nasty side effect of making it attractive for people to move into these regions. So that's one thing we could probably fix by changing policy, but we need to also do things like be aware of building codes, and in certain places building defenses like seawalls and so forth.
Professor Emanuel, we appreciate you coming on the show and giving us your insight. Thank you, sir, and thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you very much.
And guys, we're actually going to take you back out live. You can see this here. If you look to the right of your screen, you can see wind speeds 140 miles per hour, gusts 180 miles per hour, and Ian is moving at about 9 miles per hour overall. So this right here is a live look, I believe, at Punta Gorda, Florida. So where you can see the intense winds, those gusts, I mean, nothing to scoff at. Sarasota, Florida, 180 mile per hour gusts would knock almost anything over, including some very, very structurally sound buildings. So
that's for sure.
We have some more video as well. Let's show our viewers what else we have.
Let's go to Naples. I mean, a city that we've been coming back to. Actually, this is before we get to Naples. This is St. Petersburg, just across the bay from Tampa. And you see in the top left corner, we see that this is northwest, meaning that is the water that is leaving the Tampa Bay, exiting. That's why Chase has been showing us a more or less empty Tampa Bay. I mean, not literally, but obviously much lower, because that water is leaving, going to other places, unfortunately, like Naples, that we've seen get inundated with water as storm surge.
I think we mentioned, did you guys mention we had some video of Tampa Bay? We can show them just kind of what we've been seeing, where that water has been being pulled out of the area right there in front of you. Yeah, as Hurricane Ian begins to approach Florida, Tampa Bay, or has approached Florida, Tampa Bay looking incredibly different. Water from Tampa Bay, as Nick just said, is being completely sucked out, and that water is then being pushed into other parts that the hurricane is hitting, of different parts of the Florida peninsula overall. It's pretty incredible to just kind of see the juxtaposition of no water in the bay, and that was a big concern, Chase said, because if this was a direct hit on Tampa, because the bay is so shallow, it would have had such an intense storm surge that would have, wiped out entire parts of Tampa. Thank goodness that's not the case, but unfortunately that means that hurricane shifted further south, and those people are being affected, millions of people being affected down there.
Where we saw a rise of 6 feet, and then you look at that image of the Tampa Bay, right, that barrier that would have stopped it, I mean, that's less than 6 feet. That would have been a major city, one of the most populous cities in the state of Florida, Tampa Bay, completely inundated the way that Naples is.
Right.
All right, we're going to toss back to some more coverage from our friends at WBBH. Yeah, that's Fort Myers. That's NBC2. Let's listen in.
So just definitely something to consider there. Again, the coast is not clear at this point.
Why don't we, at this point, just run down some of the new information from the last 2 hours since Megan and I have been on the anchor desk here, just to get you caught up if by chance you are now listening on our simulcast or perhaps watching for the first time. The first thing is that there are now curfews in place for a number of parts of southwest Florida, including Charlotte County, where there's going to be a curfew in place starting in about 2 hours. It will run from 9 to 6. Charlotte County, including Punta Gorda, has a curfew. Marco Island has a curfew that went into effect immediately. Lee County has a curfew that's in effect starting at 6 tonight. So it is already in place for Lee County. Why don't we talk about schools as well?
Schools, yes. Since we've been on the air for the past 2 hours, we got new information that both Lee and Collier County Public Schools are extending one more day of their closure, so they will also be closed Friday of this week. Haven't heard past that, but now those two districts will be closed through Friday.
The power situation is not a good one across southwest Florida. These two statistics can give you a real sense of the problem that we're looking at. 75% of LCEC customers out of power, and that was from 5:30 at the news conference that the Lake County EOC provided. 80% of FPL customers without power. We also mentioned there's 127,000 customers in Charlotte County. 124,000 of them are without power. That's in Charlotte County specifically. And I want to read the quote again from Roger Desjardins, the Lee County manager, when he talked at the Lee County EOC news conference at 5:30. We are beginning to get a sense that our community has been decimated. This is going to be a very difficult and trying time for the next several months. Roger Desjardins is not a person who is prone to hyperbole. I think he just wanted to make sure that people understood the reality and the severity of the situation that we're dealing with right now.
Right, and I understand Jason Dunning might have someone on the phone we want to hear from. Either way, let's send it over to our team of meteorologists that have been just doing amazing work for us.
Yeah, so I wanted to get a sense of what the scene was like in downtown Fort Myers because our cameras are knocked down. We're having a lot of communication issues. This is not the traditional phoner that we do in television, but I have someone on the line here with me, so I have him on speakerphone. I'm going to hold him up to my microphone. Hi, to Haven. I hope you're doing okay there. You're in downtown Fort Myers, correct? Can you tell us exactly where you are in downtown Fort Myers?
Downtown Fort Myers off of Palm Beach Boulevard, across the street from the Wink News station.
Okay.
It's right off the river here.
Okay, and I understand, my understanding at least is there's been evacuations there, a lot of serious flooding along the Caloosahatchee River. How many floors up are you?
Yeah, I'm 6 floors up, so we have the hurricane windows are pretty secure.
What are you able to see around you as you look out? Don't put yourself in danger, but I know you said you've looked out the window. Describe what you've seen around you.
Yeah, so we're right off the river, and we can actually see the water pouring over the seawall, and it's flooding in all of the area on the first floor. So it's almost up to the doors now on the first floor, but it's very predicted of storm surge over this way.
Okay, so you're saying the water is almost up to the doors in the first floor, and you're off of Palm Beach Boulevard in downtown Fort Myers. How big of a change have you seen from now compared to, let's say, an hour ago?
Yeah, an hour ago, the water was probably right at the seawall, just about to flow over. But now it's totally flowing all the way to the front doors of our apartment complex. And if you I went downstairs to kind of get a feel for what's going on in the front of the building, and you can clearly see the storm surge flooding into all of downtown Fort Myers.
All of downtown Fort Myers. Wow, and that's exactly the reports that we've heard. What you're looking at now, the picture beside me, this is a live video from on top of our tower cam. Now this is central Fort Myers, and I think we're actually looking in the direction of downtown Fort Myers. You can't see exactly a lot of detail of what's happening there from downtown Fort Myers, but. Hyatt, I want you to stay safe. Please don't go down to any lower floors. I want you to stay up there because this is a situation now where the water is just going to, keep continuing to rise. We're right around high tide in downtown Fort Myers, so this is when the flooding is going to get really bad, and we have the winds now pushing onshore up the Caloosahatchee River. So storm surge is going to be something that we're going to be watching very closely, and it's the number one concern that we have right now. And do me a favor, I'll be in touch with you, and let me know if you notice any big changes there where you are, okay? Thank you.
Yep.
Stay safe.
Thank you so much, Jason.
All right. Bye. Go back to the desk.
Welcome back to NBC2 and ABC7's continuing coverage of tracking Hurricane Ian. I'm NBC2's Peter Bush.
And I'm Kelly Burns. We're going to start off the 7 o'clock hour with a little overview of what has happened today. And I think the newest pictures, we have a live picture of downtown Fort Myers, if we could go there, because what is happening now is this is video of downtown Fort Myers where you can see some of the flooding because of, again, the storm surge is coming up the river. We heard from the county manager in the last hour, Roger Desjardins, and he said that this is the biggest devastation to hit this community in a long time. The community is decimated.
So you obviously want to know what's going on right now, what's going on with the storm, what's going on with power outages, with storm surge.
All right, welcome back in, everybody, to LX News Now. We are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Ian, but now we had to give our friends a break, so I am Ashley Holmes.
And I'm Marcel Clark. Thank you so much for joining us. A lot taking place right now in the state of Florida, and we're going to continue to dip into our coverage from our sister stations out in Florida, but we also have a bunch of live interviews for you and topics to discuss regarding Hurricane Ian here in our studio.
Yeah, but let's start by setting the scene of what's happening right now. So the eye wall of Ian, it hit land earlier today as a Category 4 storm about 25 miles away from Fort Myers. Ian already has caused catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding along the Florida peninsula. But Governor Ron DeSantis says they may have seen the worst of the storm surge.
Yeah, and last time we checked, we do know that more than 1 million customers out in Florida are without power at this time. At one point Wednesday morning, maximum sustained winds were near 155 miles per hour, making this the 5th strongest storm to hit the United States. Now, to put things into perspective for you, that is just 2 miles per hour away from being upgraded to a Category 5.
Yeah, so what's interesting is that Tampa dodged the worst of it so far. The city was originally supposed to bear the worst of this storm, but they are, of course, no way in the clear right now.
All right, to give us a better perspective about what's going on actually out in Florida is Alex News climate storyteller Chase Kane. He remains out in Tampa. And Chase, a long day for you. Are you safe, and what are you seeing out there right now?
Yeah, my fellow storyteller Eric Rodriguez and I are safe. We found a nice little perch here at the convention center in downtown Tampa where, we can take shelter. We can get out of the wind if we need to. Seems like we're getting 60, 65 mile an hour winds here in Tampa, which is strong tropical storm, but not quite hurricane force winds. Obviously some consistent rain, but the rainfall rates here about an inch an hour. But farther to the south toward Port Charlotte, some places there have already gotten 18 and 20 inches of rain in a matter of hours. So on top of the storm surge that they're experiencing, they're also dealing with flash flooding, even if someone was well away from the coast. Ashley and Marcel.
Yeah. Chase, something that I heard interesting from Governor Ron DeSantis' press conference, he said that the storm surges are probably the most dangerous part of this thing so far. Can you explain why that is and what that looks like from where you're standing?
Yeah, so 6 inches of water, 6 inches of storm surge can knock a person off their feet. 2 or 3 feet of water can pick up cars and move them wherever. We've had at least 12 feet of storm surge in some of those parts of Southwest Florida, down toward Fort Myers, possibly down toward Naples, Port Charlotte. Again, we'll get a better handle on that probably tomorrow after the storm has passed. But think about that. 12 feet of storm surge is a sustained level of water. And then you add ocean waves on top of it, because storm surge is essentially the ocean coming over the land. So 12 feet of water plus waves on top of it. I mean, that's why we're hearing that there's water in the second story of buildings there.
Yeah, Chase, I was reading through reports earlier about this storm, and last time we saw something of this caliber was around 2018 with Hurricane Michael. How do those two compare at this time?
I mean, it's going to be difficult to say with certainty how this storm stacks up against others, because two storms might have comparable wind speeds. But one thing I can say is, let's talk about Charlie, because that's maybe the closest parallel in terms of path, Category 4, hitting almost the same area. The wind field of Hurricane Charlie in 2004, where there were hurricane force winds, Ian's wind field is 3 times as large. So basically the strongest winds of Charlie were only 1/3 the size of the winds of Ian. So that means instead of just having this narrow path of the really intense winds, you have a much wider path. And Ian has moved incredibly slowly, so you're getting stronger winds over a larger area and for a longer period of time. I mean, that's why we're hearing things about, places like Fort Myers being decimated was the word I just heard that was used.
Chase, I've had conversations. I grew up around tornadoes in the Midwest, not so much hurricanes. And the thing about tornadoes is they're unpredictable. Hurricanes, quite the opposite. You can plan for when it's going to hit and for what people can expect. But it seems like this one was a little bit more unpredictable. So kind of compare what we were expecting versus what we're seeing at the moment.
So this is one of the tricky things, Ashley, because if you think about the coast of Florida, I mean, let's just say that it's sort of up and down. I mean, the west coast of Florida generally goes north and south. When you have a storm that's tracking kind of along the coast, just a slight shift is going to mean a huge difference in geography. So it's not like, if it's coming at it from a perpendicular angle, when it's coming almost parallel, just a little bit of a shift takes that band of the most intense storm and has a big shift, even though the storm itself pretty much followed the path. I mean, if you look back even to Friday, some of the models were taking the storm basically exactly where it went. So it's not so much that it was unpredictable, it's just that these tiny little shifts with the geography here in Florida can make a huge difference of, 100 miles of who ends up getting the worst part of the storm. And that's also a challenge for state officials, for local officials when they're trying to get people to evacuate. Because if you get too many people to evacuate, then they stop listening to you, right? They're like, well, you keep telling me to evacuate and nothing happens. But then if you don't tell people to evacuate and you have a storm like this come in, it gets really dangerous. And I think, unfortunately, we're going to see that there is an unfortunate human impact from the storm.
Right. And speaking of those evacuations, right now we can see it's already getting dark over there in Florida. For anybody who is watching right now who is thinking about possibly leaving where they're at or staying in shelter, what is your recommendation at this time for them?
this is such a difficult thing because this is why they tell people to evacuate before the storm hits. Once it gets dark, whatever danger you're facing is exponentially more dangerous. Right. Storm surge is more dangerous. Flash flooding is more dangerous because it's dark and you just can't see. Things can also fly through the air. I mean, we just got a wind gust as I'm saying that. So as it gets dark, things get more dangerous. And it's also difficult to get in touch with people. And if you call for help right now, I mean, we've been reporting this for hours. People can't come and get you. They can't come and help until the storm has passed. So if you are somewhere and you're safe, you're alive, I mean, the best thing you can do is to stay hunkered down where you are until the worst of the storm passes. And certainly, with daylight, things are always safer.
Yeah. Chase, I want to acknowledge the obvious, guys. If you're just joining us here on LX News Now, we're here with LX News climate storyteller Chase Kane, covering Hurricane Ian as we have most of the day. Chase, we just saw that wind gust come through. It's not just you there by yourself. You have storyteller Eric Rodriguez there with you. But can you just kind of run through for us how you all are able to stay safe? I don't want people to think that you're just kind of, out here like everybody else.
Yeah, actually, sorry, I was telling Eric that we were going to move, and he thought that meant that we were done. So yes, my fellow storyteller Eric Rodriguez is here with me. Yeah. We're having a moment of levity because it was a miscommunication. Yeah. What I wanted to say was one of the ways that we're able to stay safe is see just like that. We picked this spot because you have the wind blowing this direction. So if things got really bad really quickly, we could just walk a few steps, be on the other side of this, and have protection from a nice sturdy building. This is the Tampa Convention Center. Mm-hmm. I don't think this is going anywhere. But yeah, Eric Rodriguez and I are certainly considering our safety first because we can't bring you important information if we're putting ourselves in harm's way. Ashley.
Right. Yeah.
And we've been, speaking of safety, we've been covering all of FEMA's updates today with their rescue efforts. If someone finds himself in a dangerous situation come in the morning on Thursday morning, how long do we know of the response for FEMA teams? Will they be there at this time?
That's a really difficult question to answer. I mean, you have to consider that even if a first responder is available, you need help and they're available to go to you. There's such widespread damage. There might still be roads which are flooded. There might be bridges which are impassable. There might be trees and power lines down over roads. So even if there is a police officer, a first responder in a car ready to come to you, it may just take them a long time to get to you. Maybe they can't physically get there on the road, so now they have to bring in a boat, or maybe they have to bring in a helicopter. You just don't know. So it's really difficult to say. But again, this goes back to the reason that they issue evacuations and say, hey, get out. And of course, inevitably, not everyone does. And that's the danger that people run into when they don't listen to those evacuation orders.
Yeah. Chase, we're obviously going to talk to you a bunch more times, especially about evacuations, how people are being affected. For now, we are going to say goodbye to LX News climate storyteller Chase Kane for the moment. Chase, thank you for your time. Stay safe, please.
Of course.
All right, guys. Now let's take a look at power outages in Florida. Let's see if we have those numbers for us right here. Mm-hmm. So you can see this is the overall power outages map for the state of Florida. It was last updated, let's see, maybe about 15-ish minutes ago. You can see right at the bottom of the state there, obviously, the darker the red, the more power outages there are. We just heard the governor say not too long ago, 1.1 million Floridians without power right now. You can imagine how terrifying that is. We just saw Chase where he is. He's not even really in the direct eye of Ian, and still it looks like that weather is very severe, and obviously you want to make sure you have as many resources as possible. So you can see up in that left-hand corner of your screen, customers tracked is about 11 million, and customers out now up to 1.5 million, and that was just updated about 15 to 20 minutes ago. So again, people in Florida definitely still not over the worst of this at the moment, of course, now without power, as they're having to deal with storm surges, winds, and of course calling 911 for help, as we've seen so many times today.
Yeah, and like you've just heard, it's better to shelter in place where you're at right now, especially as we head into the nightfall. Now you're taking a live look. This is Sunshine Sky Bridge in Tampa and St. Petersburg Bridge. It closed until, of course, obviously, the storm passes, an area that's so familiarized with traffic in and out, completely empty, almost giving an eerie feeling to what we're seeing. But you can see those waves picking up, and they've been going at it for a couple hours now. We're glad to see that this bridge is closed and no one's on there. We're hoping that we're hearing that these waves are pushing away from the Tampa Bay area, which is what we were talking about earlier, as to why this area was kind of avoided in a way and now moving further down south. So we're going to also jump over to St. Petersburg right now, where one of our LX News storytellers spoke to a woman who is sheltering in place. Let's check it out.
Some people are freaking out and treating it like Armageddon, and some people are like quite literally throwing hurricane parties. So I think we're somewhere in the middle. So we're zone D, and A, B, and C were mandatory evacuation. So if we were mandatory, we would have left. But we felt like it made more sense, we being me and my boyfriend, to stay because, first of all, we rent, and our rental agency is really difficult to get a hold of. So if we had like a lot of damage, it would have been a long time before we could have gotten it fixed. So we were like, if we're here and it floods, at least we can like put some towels up or intercept it somehow. My parents are furious. They were like, you need to get out of there. My mom ordered life jackets and sent them to me a few days ago, so in case we have to float away. But they're from Kentucky, so they've never seen it. She was sending me like memes of Katrina when houses were leveled. When we woke up today, we looked online and we saw that it was kind of on the border of Cat 4 and Cat 5 and freaked out a little bit, but it was raining, but it was only raining like a normal rainstorm. And it's just been in the past hour or so that it's more windy than I've ever seen and in Florida, and it's like raining pretty torrentially. I took my dogs out on leash into our backyard, and I was a little worried they were going to blow away. Like it was actually like pushing against them a little bit. So I've just been disappointed by how many people aren't taking care of their pets. I took in my friend's salamander because they were planning on leaving it and it would have died. And then I saw another friend, her pet, she's in Ireland, and her pet sitter completely abandoned her dogs at her house in a zone A, and she had to post on Facebook for a stranger to come get her dogs. Really, the suspense is the worst part. I wish it would just get it over with. I feel like we're like sitting ducks a little bit, and all the bridges are closed. There's a shelter in place order. We got a text that the Pinellas County, like EMS and fire department and stuff, won't come if you call. So I'm really just excited for this, just to see what happens. The suspense is too much.
All right, as promised, we're bringing in Dr. Rick Lutek. He's a professor of environmental sciences and marine sciences at UNC. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
My pleasure.
So we've been covering the storm for hours on end now, and one of the big things that have stood out to us is how deadly this flooding and storm surge could be. Can you break that down for our viewers?
Water in storms like this does the most damage, it kills the most people, and it's the hardest to recover from. So while we oftentimes think about hurricanes in the categories which refers to the winds, really, it's the water that we have to be most concerned of. And the storm surge is one of the primary sources of water. Precipitation is the other, but the storm surge is very deadly and very destructive.
Yeah. And is that something that people need to be more considerate of when they're asked whether to leave or not? We just played a clip from a woman who decided to stay because she was in a certain zone. When you're in Florida, there are zones where, you should definitely leave, you have to leave, it's suggested you leave, or you don't have to. But are there now more things that people who live in these places that are hit by hurricanes should take into consideration when they make that decision for their families?
Well, the very first time they should make that decision is when they decide to buy a house. And they should learn how high it is above sea level and what their flood risk is. That's the starting point. Of course, those that already live here need to be listening to the emergency management community. They need to have a good understanding of how bad the situation could be, which is very widely broadcast now through the media. And they need to take it seriously because it's not something that once you get in the middle of it, you have any recourse at that point.
Right. Yeah. And we've been seeing video of these homes being shaken, even fridges going down, streets that now look like waterways. Yeah. It's impacting to see that kind of video coming into our newsroom. Let's talk about the gravity of this storm right now. Is it possible, because due to climate change, that we could see more storms that are Category 4 or even 5 down the line just because it's worsening our situation?
Well, it is very consistent with our changing climate. We have a pretty strong understanding of how these storms form and what fuels them. It's the heat content in the ocean. As the atmosphere warms, the atmosphere can hold more water, and so they become wetter storms. We know, again, as the ocean warms, there's more heat content, and therefore there's more fuel for them. So strengthening is a very likely consequence of climate change. And what we're learning more and more about is that these storms may be moving more slowly in a warm climate. And as such, they have more time to create storm surge and flood coastal areas, and much more time to drop that extra precipitation that's included in them. So more inches of rain, more flash flooding from the freshwater once the storm gets on land.
Doctor, I mean, what you're talking about is not something that most infrastructures or communities are prepared for, right? They're prepared for the hurricanes of the last, 5 to 10 years. Not saying that they haven't been awful, but I mean, a slow moving hurricane that sits in one spot is absolutely devastating. Is it possible for communities, as climate change makes these storms worse, is it possible to even keep up with how severe these storms are going to be and how catastrophic they're going to be to people in their communities?
Well, you can. There are things you can do to retrofit. I mean, large areas build levees and flood walls. For example, New Orleans, and a lot of effort and design and ideas are going into areas like the Greater Houston Galveston area and other major metropolitan areas to try to create protection systems to keep the water out. Simpler tasks, although that might be available for homeowners, are elevating their homes. Otherwise, really, it's looking forward and designing new infrastructure in ways that takes these changes into account. And again, we have pretty good ideas of what the future is likely to look like, and we need to use that information going forward. And in terms of what's there now, elevation is the primary way to protect things, although during a storm, evacuation is the only way to be sure that you're not caught in a water situation that could be deadly.
Yeah, and really quick, because you just said something interesting. You said we know what the future is going to look like. Describe that for people. I don't want to assume that I couldn't draw you a picture right now, so explain what you mean by that.
Well, the pieces are set in place now for continued warming in the climate. We don't know exactly how warm it will be, and in fact, we have some control over how warm it may be going forward based on our fossil fuel emissions and whatnot. But we know that the climate will be warming. Maybe not quite exactly how much, but we know that's coming, and we know what the signature of that warming is on tropical storms. Stronger, wetter, potentially slower, and so these are all things that we know enough about that we can plan for.
Yeah. Before this storm hit soil today, we were talking about how Tampa's topography could affect how it affects the city because of water. So it would be hard for the water to recede the land so quickly. How has that changed for now for areas more on the coast like Fort Myers? Do they have that same problem at this time?
Well, the other thing that climate change has done is cause sea level rise. And so every little bit that the water level rises in flat areas, it just brings it closer to the shoreline, closer to grade, and the storm surge that occurs on top of that. And so again, in flat areas, inches can mean tens of yards, maybe even portions, tenths of miles in terms of how far inland water can go. So that climate change, sea level rise component is another factor for low-lying coastal areas. Tampa Bay is a very interesting location just because of the geometry of it. It's very shallow, so if you get an onshore blowing wind, it's very susceptible to storm surge in that area. That would require a storm going just north of it, which 2 days ago was pretty much the forecast trajectory. So that area really has got real concerns to deal with going forward. In this case, they were quite fortunate to dodge a bullet.
Yeah. And I know that you were saying earlier that, the only sure way to stay safe is to evacuate when you're told to do so. But there are just some people who do not have the resources or the ability to do that. When you are faced with storm surge, because there are people who are right now, and maybe they're not watching us because they obviously don't have power, but perhaps their family members are. What is the best way? Obviously, it's not foolproof, but what is the best way to try to stay safe, to try to protect yourself? Is there anything that people can do in that situation?
Again, in advance, you can shelter to stay away from wind, but you really have to evacuate to stay away from water. Fortunately, most localities do open up emergency shelters to go to, so you may not have means to stay in hotels or things, but there are shelters in the areas that are there specifically for that reason. If you're in the middle of a storm surge right now, I think you just hang on. It becomes a situation of life or death, and you just pretty much go to higher elevations if you can. Hopefully you're in a solid structure. Certainly don't try to drive through standing water. And at this point, if you're in the middle of it, I think you just hang on for dear life.
Yeah, especially as, like we've been mentioning, night coming in just a couple of minutes it'll be dark out there in Florida. Doctor, a big thing that we've been discussing is, do you have maybe a time frame of how long we can see parts of Florida just be unlivable at this point? Because it seems like these storms are going to be more of a frequent thing.
Well, it will. I live in a coastal area of North Carolina, and so we were strongly impacted by Hurricane Florence. There's human nature is to love where they live, and for various reasons. And so you see devastation, but you also see rebuilding. And so, it's very hard to retreat. It's very hard to abandon. But there will be areas, it's just inevitable. We have seen climate refugees already in parts of Louisiana and other areas. And it's something that's going to occur more and more. It's very hard to deal with, but it's inevitable. This particular area, I suspect, will rebuild. And sometimes what happens is that you end up building more expensive, more lavish places than were there to start with. And so sometimes we recover from these disasters in the wrong direction. But hopefully, the more they occur, the smarter we can be about our recovery process, and we can build towards resilience, which means less impacts and an easier path to recovery.
Yeah. And you're obviously speaking about, what you hope to see in the future as a result of this, or what's likely to happen in the future after this storm clears. But I wonder if you have any fears for the future that people should keep in mind as Florida has to recover from this storm.
Well, I fear that we recover in the wrong direction. I fear that we recover in a way that creates more risk for the population that lives there. And you see it over and over again. The areas are hard hit. The property's sold at a discount. It's redeveloped at a premium, and all of a sudden, higher density of folks may move in. More expensive resources are in place, and so we end up actually going through an event like this and then placing more people and property in harm's way in the future. So, what I worry about is that movement, as opposed to a movement that tries to extract and relocate people thoughtfully and carefully, but to try to reduce risk going forward.
Okay. And you listed what is going in the wrong direction when we try to rebuild from these natural disasters. In your opinion, though, what is the immediate right direction for, let's say, our government to step up to help these communities? Right.
Well, I think we've seen enough disasters over the last dozen years, actually really dating back to Katrina. And we are learning things. We know better. The federal government does have programs to try to buy out property and restrict where areas where people live to some extent, but that can be a very hard proposition for people to be agreeable to. Again, we love where we live, and oftentimes the inclination is to just build back and hope for the best. I think again we're the flood insurance program. We're struggling as a country to come up with a way to make that more effective and more of a discouragement for risky construction and coastal living. But all of those are challenging issues. The inclination is after a disaster to rush in and help people. And again, oftentimes you're helping them back to the same dangerous situation or maybe even worse than they started out in. And again, that's what we want to avoid.
Yeah. Dr. Rick Lutig, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to come here and educate us and help us have a forward-thinking conversation. We really appreciate your time.
Well, my pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, everybody. Alex News storyteller Mackenzie Bem spoke to a man who's sheltering in place in Tampa right now, and he explained to her how he's been doing.
I've lived in Tampa for over 30 years, 32 and counting, living here on Davis Islands for the past 3 years. And I've never evacuated from any of the storms that have hit around us. Tampa's been very fortunate. Certainly, this storm in particular was more disturbing than most, just because up until, honestly, 24 hours ago, it looked like it was headed right for us. And the storm surge coming up the bay looked like it could be devastating. So my concern level for this storm was at its highest of all the storms I've been through. We are in a mandatory evacuation area. We basically kept that option on the table as we kept track of the storm. So yesterday when I think the 5 o'clock track came out and it looked like it was moving further south, we basically made the decision that we could probably stay. We've got some neighbors that are also staying, so we're kind of working together to make the most of the situation. It seems like we're starting to get some stronger winds. We're on the second floor here, so we're looking out to the east towards Port Tampa, and so the winds are definitely picking up. We're starting to see some serious gusts, and the trees are definitely getting whipped around more so than they were, say, an hour ago. My wife, Emily, is quite a weather enthusiast, and so she's keeping track of stuff. She's got her weather center here. Right now, we're getting pretty sustained winds around 40 and gusts up to 60 miles an hour. So, again, we feel pretty secure as long as the winds don't get terribly much stronger than that. And, we'll continue to watch things and see how it goes. I'm not sure if you can see much through there, but there's some pretty decent limb movement from the trees directly behind us. And then there's some palm trees back over my left shoulder as well. You can kind of see them whipping around. So the winds are definitely picking up.
Yeah, we definitely have to think about all the things people have to consider when evacuating or not. Now, what you're looking at right now, a big reason to evacuate, flooding roads throughout the city of Naples. But this is not just flooding, okay? This video was posted on social media by the Naples Fire and Rescue Department. The storm surge completely flooded the fire truck bay. So, people are calling 911, but obviously the fire station also is going to need its own help. Workers waded through nearly 4 feet of water to remove equipment and items from the inside of the fire trucks. Thankfully, no one was injured. The city of Naples has issued an emergency citywide curfew due to extremely hazardous conditions on its roadways. Obviously, if a fire truck can't make it through this, your car should definitely not try to make it through this at all either. Now, the curfew that has been put in place is in effect until further notice, obviously, to keep as many people safe as possible. And obviously thinking of the first responders as well.
Of course. And all these videos have been coming in as well. And one thing I want to mention is that although people are posting, their videos swimming in their homes as on social media, they're recommending not to swim in that water because there could be chemicals. We don't know what's underwater, so it's better to be safe.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to talk to Jamie Rome. She's the director of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Thank you so much for joining us on this very busy day.
Yes, Hi, Jamie.
Hi. Let's focus on what's going on right now. What's the latest that you're tracking with Hurricane Ian?
Ian made landfall earlier today near the Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda area, has moved inland and started the weakening process, still punching a significant impact with respect to wind. And then the thing I'm most concerned about tonight is this heavy rain band that's going to set up along the I-4 corridor, produce flash flooding and a potentially catastrophic flooding overnight and tomorrow.
Yeah. And that's what I wanted to ask you about, Jamie. Obviously, we've heard so much about how storm surge has just been awful throughout all of this. What are you expecting moving forward? You're saying that you're expecting it to get worse throughout the night at the moment. Basically, more water is expected.
Yeah, I mean, this storm is going to be about water a lot. The storm surge was down here, so Naples, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte area, with the winds on the south side pushing the water inland and pushing salt water inland. That's the storm surge. Now what's happening is to the north, along to the north of the track, you're getting this heavy, heavy rain band starting to develop, and that's going to produce freshwater flash flooding.
Yeah. We've been seeing a lot of images coming into our newsroom, seeing how much damage there already is, these streets becoming rivers almost. We're already into the night in Florida. What can people who are sheltering in place at this time expect tomorrow morning? Can they even leave their homes?
It's a great question and something that's very near and dear to my heart. We lose a lot of people in the days after the storm has passed, and I fear a lot of people along the path of the storm are going to want to get up and move around, especially since a lot of them are going to lose power. They're going to get a little bit stir crazy and want to move around. And I really caution against that. The conditions along and to the north of where the center tracks across the Florida Peninsula is going to be treacherous tomorrow.
Yeah. And Jamie, if you don't mind, I noticed that you just said that this is something that's near and dear to your heart. I can't imagine the things that you've seen, experienced, covered in your position. Why is it so important for you to emphasize safety to people? Why does that matter so much to you?
I think the opportunity to use science and convey risk to try to save people's lives, I mean, that's a purpose, that's a calling. And every one of the people here at the National Hurricane Center share that same passion. Many of them haven't slept well in days, but they're still here forecasting and communicating as hard as ever.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough job. And you cover this left and right every single year. What have you seen different or similar with this storm compared to previous storms that we've seen in the last, let's say, 5 years?
This one kind of unfolded similar to Michael's. Michael impacted the Florida Panhandle, where it developed very rapidly from it's basically a patch of clouds, and that's what made the communication of the risk so challenging. So many people look at the existing or current satellite imagery to formulate their perception of risk. And increasingly, we're trying to get people to look at the forecast, and not the satellite image. This one was certainly a communication challenge.
Yeah. And, we've been talking kind of about your team and what you all do and why it's important. So I want to get to one person in particular. One of your hurricane hunters, his name's Nick Underwood, tweeted that he has flown through storms for the past 6 years. He said this storm, Hurricane Ian, was the roughest flight of my career. That's the tweet right there. Jamie, what sort of things do these scientists learn when they fly through storms? Why is that an important learning tool?
They're kind of penetrating the core of the hurricane to give us sort of the details of what's happening on the inside. And that data is also fed into our numerical models or our prediction models, which help them improve the accuracy. These men and women that fly into the storms, I've never done it. That gives you a sense of how difficult it is. I would call these my heroes.
All right, all good information. Jamie, thank you for what you're doing and breaking this down for our viewers and us right now during this time.
Yeah, thinking of your whole team. Absolutely. All right, guys, LX News climate storyteller Chase Kane has been in Tampa for days breaking down what happens when the waters there recede in situations like this. Let's see what he's learned.
With a storm this powerful, I'm going to show you what it means being on the east side of the storm versus the west side of the storm. We are on the west side of the storm in Tampa. This is Tampa Bay. The water should be up here, but instead you can see how Hurricane Ian has pulled the water. Yeah, it's muddy. This is typically underwater all the time. It's pulled the water all the way out. I mean, you can see parts of Tampa Bay that folks here say they haven't seen since Hurricane Charlie followed almost the same path and did a very similar thing, sucking the water out of Tampa Bay. So if you imagine that if instead of being on the west side like we are, if we had been on the east side of the storm pushing the water in, and the water levels are down 10, 12 feet, they were predicting a 10 or 12 foot storm surge. So that would mean that instead of the water ending here, now you've got that much water on top of the streets, on top of the sidewalks, going into the homes and businesses and condo buildings that are just across the street over there. That's why there were widespread evacuation orders here around Tampa Bay, and that's why there are also those widespread evacuation orders farther to the south, places like Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, that are forecast to get not even just 10 or 12 feet, possibly 18-foot storm surge.
All right, that's LX News climate storyteller Chase Kane in Tampa. We will continue to hear from him throughout the night. We have also been showing incredible video. It's of a Florida resident asking WBBH anchors, our sister station, for help. It's absolutely incredible. Take a look. This is from earlier today.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, JP. I need to get this out there in case anybody can come help. Can you show me the video of how far the water is? Okay, so where are you right now? Oh my goodness, where are you?
That's the roof of the house next door right there underwater.
So this is on Fort Myers Beach on Cutlass Drive?
Yeah. Cutlass Drive. It's 4 of us.
4 of us? On Cutlass Drive, and you're on the second floor already?
Yeah, we're all 6 of us in here. 18564 Cutlass Drive.
Do you have a roof?
There's 15 feet of water now.
There's 15 feet of water and it's still coming in?
Yeah, it's still steady rise, and the waves just keep pushing it through the windowsills.
Do you have, and there's 6 of you right now, and what's your address again?
1818. What's the address here, babe? What's the address? 18564. 18564 Cutlass.
18564 Cutlass Drive in Fort Myers Beach?
Yeah, 18465 Cutlass Drive.
Cutlass, and the rest of the neighborhood is underwater as well?
Yeah, I had to swim out of my house. My house was too low. It's pretty much, my house is pretty much gone.
So you're a neighbor across the street?
Yeah, my neighbor, she has a more recent house built up, so we walked over here, or I had to swim over here. Just right in the middle of it. Glad I did, because now my house is underwater.
Your house is underwater. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is everyone out of your house?
Yeah, everyone's out of there. Now we're just in here. We're dealing with a lot of water in here.
Okay, can you show me how far the water, how high it is up? And can anyone get up on the furniture too as well? Okay, so you're already up on, you have everything up high. Do you have a way to get into the roof?
Go to the roof. Don't go in the attic.
Don't go in the attic. Do you have a way to get on the roof?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out a way here soon.
Okay, so hopefully somebody is seeing this. In the windows that you have there, are they hurricane impact windows?
Yeah, they're hurricane windows.
So the water is coming up against the windows right now. Oh, the storm surge.
Life jackets?
Do you have life jackets right nearby?
Yeah, there should be someone out here.
Find something. Find some life jackets, a cooler, something to grab onto, and make sure that you get up on the counters for right now until... I know the Fort Myers Beach Fire Station isn't far away, but in this kind of weather, I don't know if they're going to be able to come out. Their trucks are underwater right now as well. So...
The water in here. There ain't much on St. Carlos Boulevard. It's not underwater.
So you're right off of San Carlos Boulevard right now?
Yeah, we're right off San Carlos, right before the bridge to go on Fort Myers Beach.
Right before the bridge on Fort Myers Beach. Okay. And is it still storming there and raining there?
Yeah. Yeah, it's blowing over 100. So I thought it's probably blowing 130, 140.
What are the winds there right now, Rob?
We know for sure that they were up to around 120.
Yeah, the winds were up to 120. So that was the pool cage in the pool. But you're on the second floor, or is that the top of the roof?
No, the top was just built higher. You know, but I don't know. We got to make a little decision here because this is getting worse by the second.
Okay, what? I don't think it's safe to go outside.
He doesn't have a choice. He has to be ready to get on his roof.
Okay, you need to be ready to get on top of the roof and grab something that will help you stay afloat.
The most intense hurricane force winds are starting to pull off into the north of where you are. So the worst of the winds will start to relax over the next hour or so, but it's going to remain onshore for several more hours. So the water levels are likely only going to be rising over the next few hours. So it will likely get deeper from where you are right now. So you need to make your decisions as soon as possible, but expect the water levels to continue rising from where they are right now, because even though the winds won't be as strong, they're still pushing water on shore. So whatever you can do that would, something like a life jacket or something that would be able to float, is what you'll want to, keep with you as close as possible.
Okay. Kelly, could you repeat his address to me?
Wait, we have someone on the line. Repeat the address to me. Sure, repeat it 100%. Sorry, slow down.
18564 Cutlass Drive.
18564 Cutlass Drive.
Okay.
Fort Myers Beach.
And it's right off of... And there's 6 of them inside.
And the water's coming up, and we're trying to decide what we're going to do next. The winds are blowing super hard, so... I'm not sure what.
I just got off the phone with the fire chief of Fort Myers Beach, and he said right now they don't have emergency crews.
It's right before the bridge. The fire department says they don't have emergency crews to come there right now.
But I got the address to him, and he said as soon as they can deploy someone from there.
Can you ask him what he thinks they should do? They're on the second floor, and the water's coming up.
Let me get him on the phone right now. I'm going to call the fire chief.
We got through to the fire chief, so we're going to talk to him and see.
Hey, Ron, we're on the air again, and I'm wondering if you might be able to help us get some advice for these people that are stuck. What floor are they on?
They're on their second floor.
They're on the second floor on Cutlass Drive. What do you think they should do?
They need to get as high as they can from the water and try to ride out the storm. That's the best advice I have, is they need to get as high as they can and try to shield themselves from the wind and the rising water.
But outside?
Outside or inside? The phone just died.
As high as they can, wherever they can get to.
The phone just died.
Okay.
So
it's so gripping. Like,
scary moment.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, and we just asked our producers to see if there's an update on this, but we're still working to see if those people are okay at this time. Of course,
able to charge their phones.
Yeah, we'll let you know once we hear more. But we're going to toss right back to that station out in Fort Myers, our sister station, WBBH, to give us a live look at what's taking place over in Florida.
But most people lost it for a few days or even a couple of weeks. And so sometimes you just get lucky, and there's a couple of neighborhoods that the way that they set up the grid, that theirs didn't topple over.
It seems, based on the Google map that I'm able to pull up on my phone, this is somewhere over by where the UPS area is at. So perhaps they have some sort of generator back.
Oh, that's probably what it is.
It's industrial area back there off
yeah.
of like Hanson and Edison and...
That'd be one heck of a generator.
Yeah.
There are some pockets of lights here and there at some of these apartment buildings, but it's certainly more darkness than light that you would tend to see at this time of day.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Since we are just talking about power real quick, we just got an update. 1.4 million power outages across the state confirmed.
Wow, that's a huge number. You know what? If we can pull it up, and I could come over here and help out with that, but we have a way we can show all the power outages across county by county across Southwest Florida and give you an idea of the percentages, folks.
Yeah, so this is from Department of Emergency Management from the state. 1.4 million power outages confirmed so far. And they're showing you where we can specifically show some of those.
Look at the
Lee County, 450,000 alone.
Yeah, I can look at the percentages, but I'll have to
Population
check
in
it
Lee
out.
County is about 800,000, so I actually would have assumed it would be more, but I suppose there's some people maybe in the eastern part of the county who...
You know, I've spoken with my husband already, and he sent me a picture about 20 minutes ago of the house, and I still have power. I'm in Lehigh Acres, and I still have power right now.
So 200,000 people in Collier, 450,000 in Lee. So more than half. And do we know if these are kind of up to the minute, or it's possible that...
Let's go to Doppler 2, and I've got a percentage for you, county by county. 96% of Lee County without power, based on the information that we have right now.
Well, then it's definitely more than 400. You know, sometimes... If it might be 450,000 customers, in which case a customer has multiple people in the home. So that computes.
And LCEC said 75% of their customers were out of power, 75%, so that's mostly Cape Coral and the Barrier Islands. And then FPL said 80% of its customers in Lee County, so it must have been everybody but Lehigh out of power.
So if we have 1.4 million power outages, that means households, maybe you double that or even triple it because, you know, you got kids and multiple kids. So we're talking maybe 3 million or more people already. In Lee County, in our viewing area, there's just under 2 million. So most of Southwest Florida and then starting to extend already into some other parts of the state as well.
And for those who are listening, the map that Jason Dunning has brought up here shows that Arcadia is listed at being more than 99% of the county is without power. I apologize, DeSoto County. Charlotte County right now is listed at being 98% without power. Lee County right now being listed at 96% without power. There'd be, 41.5% for Highlands County. And then both Glades and Glades and Hendry County range between 50 and 56% without power. And then across Collier County, at least right now, based on the data we have available to us, that's coming in at 76% without power. So if you're listening to us over the radio because you are without electricity, there are a lot of other people that are in your position right now, so you can understand how it's time to get back together.
This is pretty similar. This is pretty similar to the power outage situation that we had after Irma. So if you're sitting at home and wondering, when am I going to get the power back on? You might just think, oh, how long was I without power from Hurricane Irma? That might be wishful thinking, honestly, because we don't know.
Because FBL says, they say they've made a lot of improvements since then. They buried some lines. They have this remote center that they can power shoot things more quickly. So hopefully we learn some lessons.
Yeah.
So let's go. The sheriff is giving us an update right now.
Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino.
Horrific event has hit us real hard. I will tell you first and foremost, I can't say enough to our great Governor DeSantis, who's been in constant communication, Senator Rick Scott, constantly calling our Attorney General, the CFO, Jimmy Petronis. At every level, government is working to make certain that we have everything that we need to keep these residents, the great residents of Lee County, safe. Obviously, there are a lot of challenges that we face. We don't even know exactly what we face just yet. We know we've been hit very hard. We got calls coming into 911, and we are prioritizing them so that the second it goes under 45 miles per hour, we get back out there. With 1 second, we're going to be right out answering those calls. Reports of buildings compromised. We have reports of vehicles being just floating out into the ocean. We have a lot of different things that are coming in, but we don't know exactly what it is. Again, we're not out there. The frustrating part is that we're waiting. We have strategically placed resources all over our county, hundreds of deputies waiting for the green light to go back out and help people that are in need. We are going to do everything possible on our end, utilizing all the tools that we have. Our governor's made it clear he's going to send us everything that he has, all resources, all hands on deck. Again, every level, our county manager, Roger DiGirelli, our county commissioners, we are all working together. That's what makes this state great. It's not just the great residents, it's all of us together because we're in this together, and I don't have all the answers. The one thing I do have is absolute, and that is a message that's very clear for any of those individuals that think they're going to go out there and loot or prey on people during this horrific event. You better think twice. When I say zero tolerance means we will hunt you down, track you down, and you're going to jail if you're lucky. We're not going to tolerate that. I know we had a report of one incident where someone tried to loot into a gas station. I don't know the details, but it's infuriating, and we're not going to allow it. We are a great law and order state. We need to access the people that need to be helped. Their life and safety is most important. But my message is very clear to those that think they're going to loot. Go somewhere else. Leave the state. Don't do that in here, not in Lee County. We're assessing everything as we go along. Again, I don't know what the sustained winds are right at this moment, but I do know they're over 45. I can't wait for us to be able to get out there immediately and access. Again, we want to be safe and we want to get there as soon as possible. I'll take questions from anyone. We have drones, we have aviation. Everything is on standby, all assets on deck, all hands on deck.
How do you enforce the curfew?
I'm sorry?
How do you enforce the curfew?
Well, right now the curfew came out, and we can't get out there to enforce it immediately right now, but we want people to know. I mean, this could change right now. We could change 5 minutes from now. Those winds go down, we're going to be out there. We want people, we educate people, we make them aware. As a last step is enforcement. We need to protect those that are in need right now. We don't know exactly what's out there. There are residents that are desperate for help. Their homes are compromised. Businesses are compromised. We have water issues. So our message wants people stay off the roadways and let us assess it.
All right, everybody, you are watching LX News Now. We just came out of a live stream from our sister station in Fort Myers, Florida, WBBH. You're watching the Lee County Sheriff give an update, basically making sure that people don't take advantage of citizens there who are obviously extremely vulnerable right now. So obviously giving that warning so that people who need the help can get it. All right, we're going to continue our coverage here with Jill Trepanier. She's an associate professor in geography at Louisiana State University. Jill, thank you so much for joining us. Jill, we've had conversations about climate. We've had conversations about how to keep people safe throughout the storm so far. Can you first just explain to people how your background is used to help keep people safe and educate people on these types of storms and their impact?
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me. I am a hurricane climatologist, and all of my degrees are in geography, which might seem a little bit off place, but it's really about studying Earth systems. And so my understanding is how the climate and atmosphere operate and how we might think about tropical systems within that broader scale climate and weather. And in particular, my expertise focuses on the extreme behavior of climate and the atmosphere. And that's why you have me here today for tropical cyclones.
Yes.
Yeah, Jill. So with this extreme behavior, did we see something like that with this storm? Because we were expecting it to hit in a completely different area, and then it kind of shifted last minute.
So I think one thing is certainly that key buzz phrase you've heard a lot of people say, and that's rapid intensification. This idea that a storm enters an environment that's extremely conducive for it to just grow very quickly, both in size, but also in just internal intensity. And so I think one of the major things we've seen with Ian, as well as other storms in previous seasons, is when they exist in an environment where they have everything they need, all the ingredients are there to get very strong, they intensify really quickly. As far as where it made landfall, it shifted to the south, which is great for some, worse for others. Right. And I think a lot of is related to this, the intensity of that system. It did get very strong very quickly. And so it will change where that ultimate landing point is. But the storm itself is so large, I think that all of Florida is feeling the effect of the storm right now.
Wow. And, you know, I wonder, not too long, well, you know, I'm obviously speaking relatively because it hit landfall hours ago at this point, but I would say maybe an hour or two after it made landfall, we were able to hear officials say this is one of the top 5 worst hurricanes to hit the United States. How do you measure something like that? How do we know that already when it's still making its way through Florida?
That's a great question. Category 5 hurricanes, and I know that Ian is a Category 4, but certainly was gusting at Category 5 strength. So this very impressive system, they're rare. That's great news. But by definition, that means we haven't had a lot of them over the historical record. Now we see these larger events. One is because we're paying very close attention, which is great news, helping get people out of the way. The other change really that's happening in the environment has to do with the changing climate that we exist in. Things are warmer, there's more water vapor available in the atmosphere, and tropical cyclones are a product of a planet that's not heated up the same way everywhere. And so if we have a place on the planet that has extra heat and then it's amplified by an actual changing warming climate, that the energy that they're going to move, that the system itself has to move, becomes greater. And so we see this intensity signature rise as a result.
We've been seeing a lot of reports and connections to Hurricane Michael, which took place in 2018, which was a Category 5. Do you agree with some of those connections, or are there any similarities with what we saw a few years ago?
I believe so, yes. I mean, I think one of it is the area that's experiencing the event. One thing, in the hurricane world, two things that really come up often, and it's the frequency of storms and the intensity of storms. If you have a place that doesn't often experience hurricanes, even though the panhandle of Florida is in fact in the Gulf Coast, of course, they don't traditionally or historically make landfall there at such high intensities. However, we have this heat signature that's higher in the Gulf of Mexico, all along the Gulf Stream. That water is extremely warm, and we don't have a lot of inhibitions to growth in the Gulf of Mexico anymore. There are things that can stop a hurricane from getting stronger. Some seasons, those are amplified compared to others, but things like Michael, think Irma, even Dorian, that was out on the other side of Florida, or Ida, that landfall here by us in Indiana last year. These types of events, they're passing over extremely warm ocean water. And so there are some similarities, all related, I think, to that rapid intensification signature where the storms get strong very quickly. And unfortunately for the Panhandle, for Western Florida, they don't experience this high intensity often, which can make people a little complacent, make them not leave because they think it won't be as bad. But the reality is the Gulf Coast and everywhere all along that seaboard is at a threat of a high intensity hurricane as we move forward into the future. It's all about when and where exactly.
Well, Jill, I want to thank you so much for bringing your wealth of knowledge here. I learned so much in such a short period of time, so hopefully we get the chance to chat with you throughout the storm and after, as we learn so much from it. So thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me, and thanks for doing what you do, helping people out. I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for the same. Absolutely. All right, guys, as we wrap up an hour, we want to get into some of the sights and sounds. We can't forget that, this is a storm that impacts people. So we want to make sure that we focus on that as we round out this hour. This is another story from LX News storyteller Cody Broadway.
The way the shift has gone over the last few days, it's hitting our friends from the south.
Hurricane Ian is and will continue to be a very dangerous and life-threatening storm.
It's heading south right now. The water is being pulled out by the hurricane before the storm surge will return, depending on the movement of the eye into this area.
Some people are freaking out and treating it like Armageddon, and some people are quite literally throwing hurricane parties.
This is what we're going to be dealing with. The wildlife is following the water.
They're expecting 18 feet of storm surge, 3 times as tall as I am.
The threatening storm surge